I make all my songs live on Twitch. You can check that out in the link down below.
Hello, welcome. It's good to see you. Sorry for being so late, everyone. Okay, I tried to be speedy, but then I did a workout just before we started. And it knocked me out a little bit, and I got super slow. Classic. I know. Little bit of time blindness. Hello, Mega Man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How are you? I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Getting used to this heat wave. Although I used to grow chilies, I say used to. I think I'm just gonna have to stop growing chilies because I know chilies are supposed to survive in this exact weather, but mine are just not. Mine are dying. I have a 6 foot plus. Well, it must be more. It must be like 7 or 8 foot tall. It's touched the ceiling and it's bending back down again. Chili tree in my house, but the weather is scorching it. Cody, thank you so much. And Ray, and Sonny, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's a massive tree. Yeah. And chili trees aren't supposed to go that way. They're supposed to be like this tall. How's balls, isn't it? Indeed it is. Although personally, I don't think, are balls actually that hot? Aren't they just human temperature? Why do we say hot as balls? Because like, balls aren't particularly attractive either to most people. They can be to some, apparently. So, how are they hot? If they're perky, yeah, perky balls are nice. Balls get sweaty just like underboob sweat. Yeah, they do. I don't know why we have to talk about this, though. I don't know why this has to be the first conversation we have of the day. It's like, hello, do you know about the balls? Do you know how hot they get? Do you know they get sweat? Do they get sweat like boobs do? I'm gonna do ash. I did. I thought you were gonna tell me something I didn't know. Because I feel like balls are not that hot. The surface of the sun is hot. A kettle can be hot. Balls can be warm. Kitchen McShine. Hello, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Wouldn't you be offended if I still occasionally call you kitten? You don't have a partner who'd get mad at me or something. And go, why do they call you kitten? Why do you have a nickname? Hey, Mert, thank you so much, sweetheart. How you doing? I love you. God doesn't love you, you're not a fish. That's such a weird tick for a bunch of reasons. Oh, this is a jam. It's weird because, like, I gotta say, if there's a god, he doesn't, or she, doesn't like fish whatsoever. Fish have it rough, man. Boobs are way better. I mean, I'm biased, but, like, I feel like boobs are more expensive to have. And they attract dangerous predators. Balls don't do that. Oh, Rain, thank you so much. Hello, sweetheart. Thank you for the gifties. You're an absolute legend. Uh-uh. Long ago, I heard you tick it, and I remembered it to this day. I still do tick. Love God doesn't love you for a variety of reasons, but the "You're not a fish" does come out every now and again. So it's still here 8 years down the line. But if you were here when I had a potato PC, I swear my face cam at that time was tiny in the top corner of my games that I was playing, and it was like 3 pixels wide, and most of that was my forehead. Is that a new neck tattoo? I really love that people think it's a tattoo, but it's just a necklace. What are you eating? I'll be honest, my favorite snack. They should probably sponsor me, to be honest with you, because I love these things. They come on my stream a lot. It's mango slices, right? If you think you know what mango slices are, you fucking don't till you've tried them from this company. They're not too dry, they're not too moist, they're the perfect in between. It's so fucking tasty. And the ingredients are mango and a trace of cane sugar. They don't have that, whatever it is, that powder that some of them have on it that's like really dangerous in high amounts and you really shouldn't be exposed to it. It's not aspartame, but it's something. Sulfates. They use like sulfates. This is sulfate free. So, like, Google the impacts sulfates have on you and get back to me. Because, like, a lot of dried fruit, there's no point in eating dried fruit. Whoa! If you fuck cats, if you have dick, if you want to eat them to be healthy, if it's doused in poison, doused in deadly poison, right? And these guys don't do that, and they make it tastier than the average. These are the best mango slices. I've been eating mango slices, dried mango, since I was a little babby, for as long as I can chew. Hands down, these are the best ones I've ever had. And I get like a few months' supply of them. Like, I go into the supermarket, I'm like, and I waddle with them all because they're that good. And they keep for forever. This packet is good till the 5th, 27. So you got a while to get around to eating them. It also has a time. 10 past 6. So if you eat them at 11 past 6 next year, that'll be no good. Those are included in the Tesco meal deal. I was talking to a mate who ain't British about what British people eat for dinner, like the typical things they eat, right? And the funniest thing to me is like meal deal has literally become the quintessential British lunch. What are you having for lunch? Majority of us, meal deal. It has. It is. I know, right? And you know what's crazy about that? We used to have, like, there are cultures where they're eating for lunch, the smell at lunchtime, because so many different houses are cooking the same thing for lunch, right? And they've been cooking the same shit for like 1,000 years. And we destroyed all of our ancient culture. It's all gone. We're just eating veal deal, packet of crisps, a ready-made sandwich of some sort, a drink, and then what's the third thing? Like a pot of fruit or something? What's the third thing in a meal deal? I haven't had one in ages. To be fair, the sandwiches are pretty good. Lies and slander. They're a salmonella risk. They're just like the most wilted piece of lettuce you've ever seen in your life. A mystery meat that has been pounded to oblivion and is no longer recognizable. Whatever animal it was, whatever color it used to be, none of that's here now. It's just mystery meat, a leaf, and sometimes like a slice of tomato or some shit. Like, they're not very good. And 4 tons of mayo, exactly. No wonder the UK has such a high obesity rate. Yeah, to be honest with you, we pretty chunky, but I'm gonna tell you now, the reason why the majority of like our citizens look like a chewed piece of bubble gum is because um we like with no hair, you know, really flushed red in the cheeks, really splotchy cheeks, is because we eat very beige food with lots of meat. Like every quintessential dish is very beige food with some meat. Like a British breakfast, BLT, like is literally sausages, hash browns, mushrooms, baked beans. Like, yeah, it's beige. Like Yorkshire puddings and turkey with like a variety of overboiled vegetables. Like we just have very beige food. Pasties with potato and onion inside. Very beige. Beige all the way through. Hey, Sweet Anita from a very warm Somerset. Didn't you guys get an amazing thunderstorm recently? I swear I saw it on the news. You were getting thousands of flashes a minute. I wish the sky flashed me. I love thunderstorms. Fucking love them. But I don't know. I haven't seen any yet. Bristol got hit pretty hard. Oh, damn. I wish I was there. I love thunderstorms. They feel good. They feel good. They smell good. I've never smelt one. They smell different. You know when there's a thunderstorm, even if you couldn't hear it. Like if I was deaf and blind, I'd still know because you feel it on your skin as well. I feel all energized. I feel like ooh, like the last really really big one I had, it had purple thunder. It's beautiful. Went for a run in the rain. Amazing. I never go for a run anymore. Haven't been for a run in years. And like a thunderstorm happened and I just felt like very very like awake and very very like I could run forever. Run in a thunderstorm, yikers. It's not really going to be much of a risk where I am. Nobody gets hit by thunder here. It's fine. And even if I did, very cool scar. I'd be so sad if I got like thunderstormed and I got like the scar on my ass though, or somewhere I couldn't show it off easily. Because you know I'd be whipping that shit out every chance I could. You can show that off. Oh, I can. It just wouldn't be a very good idea. you know? You can't just sit in a pub or go around a mate's house and whip your ass out without there being consequences, sadly. How long have you lived in the UK? Like, literally my whole life. Born and bred. Both my parents from the UK, almost all my grandparents from the UK. Oh, Safu! Holy shit! Thank you so much. That's so generous. You're amazing. Well, you were born and bred. That makes sense. Why does that make sense, Peak? That one swooshed me. Are you calling me yeasty or something? Because that's offensive. Anyway, I think it might be treats o'clock. Everyone's shaking the treats jar at me. Yes. Okay. 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 We can do the bunny cam. Hang on. Unfortunately, I still haven't figured out how to get Pete's cam to work, sadly. Oh, look at these little. Look at them all smooshed together. It's weird how they're so together now when it's really fucking hot. Like in the winter, they would never sit like this. And now it's really hot, they feel all cuddly. What's wrong with you? Anywho, I'm gonna go treat the shit out of them. Come on, little lady. I just love his big fluffy mane. And I'm back. Hopefully you enjoyed the bunny time. I did the pee independently. I can't get you up though. There we go. I gotcha. Did the cam get wet from Pete's peeing? No, because Pete only pees in his litter tray. So like the cam isn't in the litter tray. So it's all good. They're beautiful and they have their own room. Yeah, they do, and I'll decorate the room eventually. I'll get round to it. I haven't decorated it all much, but I will, and I will make them an absolute haven that they'll fucking love. I actually got started on that. I got them some posh little baskets to put their litter trays in, because the first thing you got to start with is the litter tray. They're going to spend most of their time in there because they're either eating in there or bitch tits or what. They're either eating in there or they're using it like a toilet. Both. So pooping. Yes, exactly. Why is that an emote? That is a very disturbing emote. What the fuck? Why are you pooping at me? Do you get tics when you sing? Mostly no. Sometimes yes, mostly no. Don't really sing often. I don't tick when I whistle. Are Peter and Anya long gone? Wait, how have we got so many old folks from a million years ago? Peter's still here. Anya passed, unfortunately. But like she was put to sleep at home. She had loads of treats before she passed. So she was happy, comfortable, and at home. But Pete, he's perfectly fine. I can't remember how old he is. He's getting into like later middle age slash a little bit old. Is the nudge fan still around? Yes, it still works exactly like it used to. And Dry Guy, thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate the 86 month. Ah, I'm so excited for tomorrow. What's tomorrow, Nova? What is tomorrow? It's Thursday. Yeah, but usually people don't give a fuck about Thursday. Uh-uh. I ordered a VR headset for my birthday and it arrives tomorrow. Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I wouldn't recommend horror movies for it, but everything else is great. Also, I played it I have one, and I used to play on it fairly often, but like the wires are a bit of an issue with my bunny, so it's hard to crack it out these days now that Pete lives in here. And I will say, uh, I never got round to trying it, but there was someone who told me that if you watch adult movies with it, that you can, if you're a woman and your POV watching something happen as a man in the movie, it gives you the sensation. Your brain fills in the blanks and gives you the sensation as if you have an appendage that you don't. And it's like, how does your brain know what that is and how that feels? Yes, phantom dick syndrome. Interesting. I wonder how that works. No idea. I've never seen anyone say that it works the other way around. Like if you're a dude, you can't get phantom vag, sadly, as far as I know. So I was like, okay, I'm buying VR. I think I'm good with that. We all start with the same parts. Yeah, but we all start with like a vagine or the semblances of one. Like all men are technically trans because they transitioned into men. That's why you have nipples. You got those residuals from when you were like almost a lady. Exactly. So it doesn't really make sense that a female would have phantom dick syndrome from VR because she wasn't a dude at some point in her life. Do you find that you take worse with intense heat or cold weather? Not that I've noticed. If I'm honest with you, I don't think so. The human body's really weird if you think about it. Oh yeah, I mean, look at our hands. Not many creatures have these. These are fucking weird. Like some primates and like rats. That's it. We got this is a very strange thing when you think about it. This is very alien and weird. I want to start a YouTube channel. What advice do you give? Okay, you need to draw a circle around what it is you like doing, and that you could never get bored of. You're gonna have to get a hold of that because if you get bored of what you're doing, then you're never gonna keep it up for the views, right? So you need to do that, and you need to, um, like viewership is feedback. So when you get higher viewership for certain kinds of videos, that is demand for those types of videos. So even though you're going to do the same thing over and over for a long time, you still have to be willing to adapt and tweak it and change it over time. My Tourette's has caused me to grind my teeth down. Has your dentist noted anything similar? No, my teeth have been absolutely fine. I got really lucky with that so far. And I don't know why. I know it can be an issue for people with Tourette's, but that's not one that I ever had. Thank fuck. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. But yeah, no, the only thing that my dentist noticed was that I was vegan. Both me and my ex had that from the dentist. I have 3 webbed toes, if you think having fingers is strange. Well, that could make you a really good swimmer. I would totally use that. Oh, wow, my hygienist never mentioned that to me. That's interesting, cause for me, they noticed because there's a type of plaque that meat produces, people don't talk about it. People talk about the plaque you get from sugar, but not the plaque you get from meat, and that is very destructive to your teeth. So, and it's very, noticeable on teeth. So they were like, "Huh, you don't eat any meat, do you?" Um, because it's just noticeable in the mouth when you don't have any. A lot of predators, tigers, die of tooth decay. So all their teethies fall out, and then they can't hunt anymore, and they just starve to death. Like, you don't want to outlive your teeth as a tiger. Does having Tourette's make sleep quality difficult? I haven't found it's a problem. Like, as I get more and more tired, my tics reduce anyway, and I tend mostly not to tic when I sleep. It rarely ever wakes me up. Shut up! I like cock. I like cock. Yeah, good luck, Owen. I really, really hope that at least one of them gives you the job. It'd be funny if you got both. Do you have any physical tics? Yeah, I have loads. So I feel like this one counts as a physical tic because it doesn't involve my voice cords at all. I tap my toes constantly, so my toes are really, really strong, and it's very, very difficult. Like, if you were to play a thumb war with my toe would absolutely win. It's impossible to push it down if I lift it up because I'm just doing this all the time. And I will do that in my sleep, but it doesn't keep me up at all. Um, and also, what else? Other ones do I have? I have one that's like a fish hook, and I go like this. So like all of my face just goes up like that for some reason. Um, oh, and that's another tip. Like my shoulder doing this is also a tick. Um, yeah, I have loads of physical ticks. Thanks, Marge. I appreciate it. That's really sweet. I love you. 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 Sometimes my eyebrows shoot up, but that's involuntary muscle movement, like a tism thing. Yeah, could be. Could just be a tick. I expect it's probably good to outlive your teeth as a person too. The tigers can't get dentures. Can you imagine? Well, for a lot of people, they don't outlive their teeth. Like a lot of skeletons in a graveyard do have all of their teeth in, funnily enough. I've been really fucked. I've been really lucky with my teeth because I didn't really have access to a dentist for most of my life. And like other kids had multiple fillings and shit when I was little. And I never really understood why, because my teeth have always been fine. Even though, like, to be honest with you, for most of my life, I never really brushed them every day. So I don't know why they are the way that they are. Yeah, that's kind of shocking with your sugar heavy diet. Yep, absolutely. I completely cop to that. I've had so many sweets throughout my life. I lived off sweets as a kid and barely brushed my teeth, and I have all of them, and they're all fine. I think some people are just lucky with teeth, and I wasn't one of them. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Tourette's doesn't burn calories. Yeah, it does. Actually, like, people with Tourette syndrome can burn like 300 to 600 extra calories a day, depending on what their tics are. So, yeah, it can be really exhausting. Uh-uh. Ah! Tics can make you strong. They can make you flex your muscles. Like, a lot of people with Tourette's will get a butt tic where they'll just tense their butt muscles, and things like that. So like you will end up with like a really strangely strong area of the body out of nowhere because you might have a tic in that region of the body for a long time. I am trying to get hench. It's so funny that that's the emo. But like one day I will have the big thick arms, and you'll all be sorry. And when people say they're only watching for 2 reasons, it'll be because of my arms, finally. Are you stoned though? You are having red eyes. No. I don't think weed is legal in the UK even, but, like, I don't know. My eyes don't actually look that bad, I don't think. Her eyes aren't red. Yeah, I don't think my eyes are red either. I feel like sometimes people really project on me though, like when people are drunk, they'll go, "Have you had a few to drink?" And I'm like, "No." And then we'll find out later, it's like, "I'm drinking." It's like, "Oh, what a surprise." Or people will be like, "I can see past it all. I can see that you're deep down really sad, and I am here for you. And you can DM me if you ever need to. I can just sense that something's wrong. I know you're trying to smile through it, but we can all tell that you're just not okay." And I'm like, "I'm fine. I'm having the time of my life." And it's usually them. It's usually them projecting. Like, they're usually miserable people who are, like, seeing what they wanna see in other people, right? And it's really common. And I feel like I get it sometimes with stoned people, where they really wanna relate to you, so they just project. They're just like, "You're stoned too, right?" I like tits. Mm. Do ticks keep you warm in the winter, seeing as muscle movement can be warming? I don't think it's enough muscle movement for that to be the case. It's not like I'm perpetually, like, moving as much as a jogger would or something. I still get cold. Well, to be fair, some of the tangents you go on are a bit unexpected for someone who isn't stoned. Well, fuck you. Maybe I'm just interesting, okay? Maybe I just talk about interesting things. Maybe you're just not as evolved as me. Have you ever thought about taking up a combat sport to beef up too, or no? I already did martial arts. And I basically there was this big dude, and I was like, and I showed him videos of like women getting like molested on stream and attacked on stream, and I was like, how do I humiliate someone who does this? Like, if this happens to me, how do I make an example of them? Like, how do I make this scary? And he showed me how to bring someone bigger than me down to their knees and then example the shit out of them. I just lurk Anita Woo. I feel like I'm lurking on my own stream right now. I'm just reading y'all. So good for larger attackers. I mean, there's lots of things that are good for a larger attacker, to be honest with you. In my country, I've never heard about Tourette. I think no one has it. Will it affect your sleep? I kind of feel like Tourette's is a condition that many people have from all over the world. But most of the people who are well known who have Tourette's are in places like the UK or the US or Germany, places like that. And that like it's very, very rare for people to come forward and do a lot to spread awareness of it in some countries. I am aware that like there isn't much Tourette's awareness in other countries. Doesn't mean there isn't people who have Tourette's. It's just not being spoken about. There's a difference. I guarantee you, because it's a neurological condition, and even animals can have Tourette syndrome. So it's like a biological thing that happens everywhere in the world. Honestly, there are people in Africa who have it, and there might be loads of people in Africa who have no idea what it is. There are plenty of people who have Tourette's who don't know they have it because they just don't have an explanation for what's happening to them, and no one told them, right? But it's kind of it reminds me of how I used to know this guy from Romania who was like, "Oh yeah, we don't have gays in Romania. That's not a thing here." And I was like, "I guarantee you there are gay people in Romania. Guarantee you." That's so funny. He was like, we're just not a sinful country like that." I have a Romanian friend who is gay that I work with. Good for you. Yeah, I know they exist. It's just like I feel like it's not very discussed, and I feel like you know sometimes close-knit communities that stigmatize gayness a lot will have people who have no idea that they've met plenty of gay people because no one's talking about it. Not everyone's out of the closet in places like that, you know? Have you been to the Netherlands? Many times. I even Googled, could I move here? Because it's amazing, but there's a housing shortage, so it would have been really, really challenging. But I was like, fuck, I really like it here. I was at a wedding and two gay guys hooked up there. I was so happy for them, lol. You make it sound like they just bent each other over the table at dinner. Like how did you know that they hooked up? Are you using hooked up correctly? Like, cuz I always thought that hook up meant sex, not just like getting together. Like if any people hooked up at a wedding, I'd be like, could you not? This is a very because like as well, lots of people hook up in funerals, and I'm like, how? Firstly, where? Like, where do you do that? But apparently people just deal with grief in funny ways. In the coffin, no, I better not be in the coffin. My coffin's gonna be tiny. There's not gonna be any room for that kind of business. They may have had sex, but I know for a fact that they kissed because one of them told me. I feel like that is different from hooking up though. I feel like they having a smooch, making out. They made out at a wedding, which is cute. I think that's cute. Love was in the air. Sex is overrated anyway. Skill issue. Skill issue. Chica, thank you so much for the prime. I feel like you don't really like that one day someone will get with you and you'll be like, "Oh, I get it now." Hey! Who do you watch on stream? Mostly people who play games I want to get good at. I'm sat there taking notes and lurking. Tits. Tits. Also, there are a few really beautiful streamers who have modded me. Girl, bin face. Oh my god, you know about bin face? Where is that happening? Like Clacton? Not Clacton. What's the place it's happening in? Based bin face. Do you all know about the bin face? Press 1 if you know about what he's doing with old Farage, and press 2 if you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is this? Is this a game? Like, what is this? Okay, so I've seen 2 twos. Most of you know so far. We're taking a little poll, so 111 222. Some of you don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm clueless. Okay, there's quite a few T's, so I'm gonna explain. So basically, so there's this reform party that's getting very popular in the UK, which is kind of scary because they've been bought out by Russia and tech bros. And they're like a kind of very corrupt party that is just based on appealing to people's racism. It's basically the racist party. They've had to rebrand many, many times because initially, when they were like the BNP, nobody liked them. So they rebranded to UKIP and kept all the same policies, and still nobody liked them. So they became Reform, and they have all the same philosophies and stuff, but people are even poorer now than before. And when people get poor, they get more racist. So Reform is getting a little bit more popular at the moment. And Nigel Farage is like the head of the Reform Party. He's in charge of the Reform Party. And he's recently had quite a big scandal where he received like a £5 million, what people suspect to be a bribe, but it's just a present. He's like, it was just a gift. It was just a reward for doing so well in politics. And people are like, no, that doesn't seem like it was just a gift. And it seems like you should have declared it legally and you didn't. And, you know, people have a really big problem with it. And it's filling the press and it's hurting people's trust in him right now. So, you know, he has this reputation of being a deeply, deeply corrupt politician for a multitude of reasons, really horrendous reasons. I could make this whole stream about the bad things that fucking Farage did, right? And so he seemingly wanted to play this 5-head play where he was like, I'm going to step down and then I'm going to hold a by-election to get re-voted in as the MP representative, blah, blah, for a specific town. And I think that the play there was to say, see, I got voted for. I got voted back in as an MP. Therefore, the country wants me. And to prove that he, you know, nobody cares about the bribes he's been taking and, you know, all this sort of stuff, that he, you know, he's fine and everyone likes him. But nobody's standing against him. So all of the other political parties have gone, we're not going to stand against you. We're not going to stand against you. We're not going to contest it. So it's not really going to prove jack shit. All he's done is just step down for no reason. Because even if he does become the next MP of that tiny little town, it's not going to prove anything about his popularity because no one's standing against him. So we can't use this little plot to kind of steal attention away from why everyone's investigating him. But someone did in the end stand against him, and it's Binface. So Binface never really gets voted in. He's kind of like he just likes to shine a light hilariously. He's like borderline a comedian. He just takes the piss out of the people who are taking it seriously, and he makes himself one of the people that stands and does debates and all this stuff. So he's politically there. He just never gets voted in because he's kind of like a joke character, but he is dressed like a bin and he has a whole character and he's been interviewed on the news and he'll have a green screen with like a planet behind him and he pretends he's an alien from another planet and he's bin face, right? And he is just a living bin. And he has a ridiculously funny manifesto. He's a really funny guy, but he really he sheds light on a lot of really beautiful things, right? And he makes really great points succinctly. And, you know, his policies are kind of great, to be honest with you. Like, if you vote me in, I promise to have at least one affordable house built and silly things like this. But he was like, you could save £380,000 for the taxpayer by voting me in because of the process it would take to get Farage back in. I can't remember the exact details, but he's like, before I've even done anything, we could save the taxpayer a fuck ton of money. So, you know, that's already one thing you could choose me over him. But he's just a man dressed like a bin. And like he doesn't expect to get voted in, and that's not the point. But like everyone's like, this could be the funniest backfire ever for Farage. We could all do something incredibly funny right now and just vote for Binface. So you never know. This might be Binface's first win. I could see the English public having a sense of humor about this, to be quite honest with you. I feel like Binface is going to win. I really hope so. I really, really hope so. I genuinely do. I think his literal slogan, I think they literally asked him, so if people were to vote for you, why should they vote for you? And he went, I'm not Nigel Farage. That was it. That's what he said. And I think that was absolutely beautiful. In 2010, Nigel was beaten by someone dressed as a dolphin. Really? I didn't know about that. That gives me extra hope, you know. I thought they meant beaten physically. No, no, I don't think it was physical. You got a very little brain today. I love you, I love you, I love you tits. We've had mayor dogs and penguins, etc. That's crazy. Were they good though? Did the city improve? What's your favorite Marvel movie? I like the Doctor Strange ones personally. I really, really love them. Thunderbolts is pretty good. I'm not sure which one Thunderbolts is. Would you run for office? No, to be honest with you, no. Because like politicians are the most hated people on the planet, and it doesn't matter how good of a job you do, people find a reason to hate you. Like, do you remember I've forgotten the name of which one was the president who everyone was really mad at him because he wore like a tan suit one time. And people didn't think that that was formal enough. Obama. Yeah. And here, Ed Miliband, he was really fucking hated because someone took loads of photos of him while he was sat eating a sandwich. And like the photos were really bad. They were like, right? Because he's chewing. Nobody takes pictures of someone fucking chewing. There's a reason why at weddings, right? They wait until after you've eaten to continue taking the photos. Like the wedding photographer will literally eat and then sit there and take a break while you all eat because nobody wants a picture of anyone mid mastication. But some fucking guy sniped a few pictures of him eating a sandwich and it was all over the newspapers. You can't even eat a sandwich, right? And it's like, he's chewing. It's not going to look good when he fucking chews. What the fuck are you on about? The good old days of political scandals. Yeah, I miss those days. Fuck. I really do. So, like, people will just hate you for no good reason. They'll become obsessed with you, and it doesn't matter how good you do, and it doesn't matter what you change. People will remember you for the thing they want to think of you, not what you did. Like, I can think of quite a few politicians who actually did some really fucking important things, some really fucking hard things, and did them very quickly, and still got hated into the ground, and nobody even had any idea that they did those things. And there'll be a scandal over something really random. By comparison, that isn't really a scandal. It's so odd. So I don't think I could be fucked with that. If I had to work for a bunch of people who endlessly bullied me every single day, I'd give up. Would shorten your life and the stress? Yeah. Have you ever noticed that people who are prime ministers or presidents usually get a fuck ton of gray hair and kind of like a haunted look about them? It's not good for your skin. Ah, I love you. I love you, you cock. I certainly think you had the charm and wisdom to be a leader. Well, thank you, Bose. I think that I get put in leadership positions very quickly and easily, which is strange. But I thought I'd be bad at it because I'm bad at organizing myself at times. But to be honest with you, I'm really good at organizing other people for some strange reason and handling stress and getting things done. Weirdly. I don't know what that's about. So, like, when I started volunteering for a few charity organizations, they very quickly put me in charge of a bunch of stuff, which was interesting. But I learned a lot about leadership there, and it's not like if you're doing it for the right reasons, you won't enjoy it. Like people who just want a power trip will enjoy it, because they just really just wanted to be on top of people. But when you're a good person and you care about what you're doing, true real leadership is endless submission because you are beholden to everyone and held responsible for their performance. So if they all do it shitly and do a terrible job, you are to blame as the leader. And you are basically have to serve everyone and make sure that everything goes well for them. Like you're a support character. A real leader is a support character. Um, and that is like what people refuse to acknowledge about leadership, funnily enough. It's not actually a dominant position, truly. And I I wasn't into it. Like I did it because I wanted things to go well, because I was passionate about the results, but I didn't enjoy the position itself. And it's funny because like a lot of my favorite games are games where I'm a leader. Funnily enough, like Frostpunk, where you are literally just the leader of the last scraps of humanity, and like World Builders, where you just maintain and keep things going, like Farthest Frontier. Do you guys want to see my Farthest Frontier? I'll fucking show you, bitch. Yes. Oh my god, I can't believe how excited some of you are. I feel like you're the vocal minority though, so tell me if I'm boring you, because like I feel like there are some people here who would watch anything, you know? They'd watch me knit a jumper with my toes. If we're gonna do this though, I feel like we should listen to Bardcore. I can turn off the music and we can listen to Bardcore. Even though the music is really nice, this is the music to it, and it is very homely. Let's make sure that the music is the right level. Is this too loud? No? Okay. You ready? You want to play Mana Lords? I feel like this is really good. If you like Mana Lords, you'll fucking love this. I don't know, it doesn't normally take this long to load. Maybe it's because it has so many citizens. Oh. It's considering crashing. I saw those flashes. There we go. Here's my town. I don't think it likes doing this while I'm streaming. I think I might have actually found my limits. So this is my town. It's pretty rammed. Let me just do some trading real quick. I don't want to miss out on my loot and gold and stuff. Just sell some shit. Do you have any wheat, brother? Take some of this. Give me all of that. And give me all of that. And maybe the wheat. Yeah, give me that wheat. Right. Only once a year the guy with spices comes, and he never brings enough spices for 2,000 people. But yeah, this is my little mini extra town. These guys, I know that I built this out here for a reason. Oh, it's because there's like a little mine out here. And I was gonna make it like a mining town, and then I completely forgot to make it a mining town and just built enough food around it and forgot about it. I was like, oh well. But like these cute little houses, they get bigger and more improved. So this is a manor. This is quite posh, this house here. Isn't it cute? But like, if you really make your people happy, they'll upgrade these big old mansions. They're really adorable, don't you think, with the little plants and stuff? Everyone has different jobs and stuff. Like, these are fishermen. And like, you have warriors and things, and orchards, and chickens. Oh yeah, when you click on things, it makes a sound as well. Like, the theater. The theater's gorgeous. This is an upgraded theater, though. It's extra gorgeous. And then we have, like, the hospital, which is upgraded from, like, a healer's house and stuff. Like, and every little place is really cute. And there's decorations and everything. I'm not done transitioning from, like, wood to stone. So, like, some of my fences and stuff aren't finished. And, like, you harvest wood and stuff, and like wild boars and bears can attack the village, which isn't so much of a problem now. But there are raiders, and they're like, "Give me all your money!" And if you don't give all your money, they'll come and attack you, and they'll just storm your village and fuck you up. And like, it's devastating. And sometimes they just come, they steal, they leave, they break a few buildings. Other times they will literally go and kill everyone one by one. They just won't leave until they've killed as many people. They'll defeat your army and just kill everyone, even the children, because there are children. Like, if I perv on one of these little houses, I'm like, where are your children? And go, there is a child. I don't think you can actually watch him at the moment, but he's in there. You can watch them more easily, though. They like to play at these. They like to do, like, the stanky leg over here. Like, they just come here to dance. Oh yeah, so you're just gonna stand and make me look weird. I swear they dance. They do dance. They don't usually just stand there and stare at the pole. They're like, that's a good pole. Do the dance. There we go. There we go. They were just waiting for Bill to join them. Is everyone white? Yeah, I think everyone's white. I mean, this village is called Jotunheim, so you can pretty much guess where they are. And I'm guessing that, like, medieval Jotunheim was pretty white. Not many travelers, not many people joining or leaving. Oh, someone else joined my village. Oh, this is my temple. I can pray for shit here. I have relics that I can try, like I've gotten. You can buy relics, but you can also just get them from, like, defeating armies and everything. And they're quite interesting, but I'll tell you more about that after I've taken all of this people's money. Oh, how the fuck have I got so few candles? What happened there? At least I've got a fuck ton of coal. Hell yeah. What do I need? I need swords. I never have enough swords. Give me some swords. And I'll take all your fish too, because my food is kind of weird position with the food. Oh fuck, and I need all the tools. Give me all your tools. I'm rich, so I can just splurge. Can absolutely splurge. More swords, please. Beautiful. Sell him some shit. Yeah. We're gonna have a candle shortage. There we go. Get some of that money's back. And now I can go look around a bit more. Oh yeah, I have like these little places I can store my monies. The vault, it jingles. The sound of coin. Did you hear the coin? And this is like my main building. I've upgraded it 3 times, so it looks pretty cool at the moment. But like houses start off really small and kind of like a shack or a shelter. So this is one of the downgraded homes. Like I think this is the step up from the shelter. So it's cute. It's got a thatched roof, a little mini garden where people are hanging, an outhouse and stuff with a shovel to bury your poop. And then it gets upgraded when they're really happy. You get like a large house. Yeah, look how large it is. And that looks cuter and a bit more homely. And then I think the next one up from that is the manor. Just this one. You've seen a few manors over there. And then only a couple of houses or rich people houses are mansions at the moment. But like if you put down benches, people will come and swing their feet on them. Just cute. And like the pub doesn't get upgraded and it kind of annoys me because the pub looks a bit too small towny for me. Like, especially when it's in amongst all of these really posh houses. Because like this is a downgraded bakery. And it's homely, it's cute, I like it. Tiny little place. And then when you upgrade it, the bakery looks like this. Apparently you can only make a pastry with a pointy roof for some reason. But that's gorgeous, right? And then if I look for my... I don't know if I can even spot it. I do have a pub around here somewhere because they're boozy bastards. They need alcohol to be happy. Like, it's a huge component of their existence. Let's see if I can spot it. Right, it's here. This is the pub. And you can't upgrade it. It just stays small and old-timey like this. Smaller than a house. My kind of town. Yeah, it's full of booze. I have, let's see, how much booze have I got? Because I don't think I've actually been producing enough. You need a lot of ingredients for that shit. Yeah, I definitely don't have enough beer. There are definitely some pubs that are closed right now. And I don't have enough books, so you can have a library. Listen to the sound of the library. Yeah, that's a library. And, like, I just love how homely everything and how it's cute and it fits together. But, like, there are a lot of tragedies going on in this place. I'd say one of the things I liked about Banished was specifically the names. The names are a bit weird. It was sometimes you'd come across absolutely fucking hilarious names, but in this, I feel like the names are pretty normal.
Need anything?
Like May isn't too crazy, right? But like you'd go into Banished and it'd be like Bottom Guard, or I don't know, just someone called Gay or whatever, right? The biggest stickers. I didn't spot any bigger stickers, but they were weird names. Okay, they were unusual. But you can build like really beautiful things, and it's just about keeping the town happy and getting all the resources and gathering them up and storing them right. And because if you don't store them right, all the stuff spoils. Like there's some tallow spoiling in there. Holy shit, there's a lot of tallow. Okay, so what I need to do about that is probably build a soap place. Let's see, because I ain't building enough soap. So it's a resource, and then you go and you look for the soap shop. I think it's this one. And you see this map. So purple is good. People are very happy. This is a desirable area. And what I'm seeing is how undesirable this circle around the soap shop is, how much is stanky. The soap stank. You'd think that would be a good thing, but it's really fucking not. And so the darker red it becomes, the more unappealing the area is. And if you see, if I put it too near the houses, minus 15 desirability. Okay, and when desirability goes down, people abandon their houses and they look all bedraggled. Weird. So you can't be doing that. So you have to put the stanky stuff away from everybody. It's a really important skill. is like organizing like stuff positioning. So I'm gonna put that there because I need to go back to my merchant. We got Atka the Iron Clan. And she has. Oh no, we've already dealt with her. We have Ander the Plains Rider. And I'm gonna sell him some clothes. I don't think I want to buy nothing off him though. I got so much good shit right now. Life is going good. But this is like my town, and I will spend hundreds of hours in this. I love this shit. And like, I just love the way it looks. It's just so homely. And like, some of my people get really drunk and they fall over, and they just lay on the ground and give up. And they're supposed to be up to like really important tasks, like, hey, could you move all the weaponry into the like weaponry places where people are going to use it? Because there's people coming and they're going to die, and it's in a big emergency and a big responsibility, and I'm going to need you to bring the swords to the place. And this guy will just be like, yeah, let me just stop at the pub. And he will just pass out in the middle of the street with all the swords. And then like all of my people will die. Yeah, they literally get wasted. But at least they dance. Oh. Yeah. Break it down. And like you can put decorations and things down and you can upgrade them too. So as you progress and get more expert, you can like make it more bricky. Brick is like expensive and classy. It's unusual to see brick stuff. And like I got these giant monuments to build, like some of them, like this is a guild hall. This is pretty good. And in the guild hall, they use paper. And what you can do is you can just enhance something that people are creating. At the moment, I got them producing extra cheese. And like working on the culinaries, like preserves and stuff like that. Little luxury foods. They make them extra good and extra classy. But yeah, I just love watching. Oh yeah, and you can upgrade the roads from dirt to brick to get moving faster. And you can put down really, really beautiful things that I haven't put down yet, like plazas and stuff, rose gardens. I just haven't got around to it. They're also very expensive and take a lot of resources. Is there an end goal? So there is an end goal. So you can do many different types of victory. There is a skill tree. I've maxed out the skill tree. Spoiler alert. So, you gain knowledge passively, but if you have an academy, they can speed up how quickly you get knowledge, because the more knowledge you get, the longer it takes to get another knowledge. So it could take 2 or 3 years to get another knowledge point to spend on this tree. It takes fucking ages. This thing goes through all the seasons, so it's a long time to wait. And you'll see here, I unlocked all of these top buildings, and they don't really do anything. You can just show off by having one. So this one, the Beacon of Culture, it does actually, side note, have a use now that I think about it, because it adds like an extra percentage of goodness, I think, to all of your decorations. So decorations increase desirability. And so I think building it makes everything that all the desirability stuff more desirable. So it just enhances. So when I built this, I got a notification saying this was a civic victory. So technically I'd won, and I could totally restart if I wanted to, and I just didn't, right? So that's one of the things you can do. Another, like, you can set the goal when you start a map. So you start a map, you get different resources every single time, and it's different every time, right? But like, you can start a map, and you can decide what kind of thing counts as a victory, and civic victory is one of them. Okay, I sold you a bunch of stuff. I don't want anything from you. I think we're good. Are there science victories? Let me have a look. We got Gates of Valor Military Monument. So you could have a military victory, I think. Economic power or an economic victory. I haven't built either of these. I think the reason why is they're expensive, but also I just want to put them somewhere where it's impressive, and I haven't found the perfect spot for them yet because they're like pretty, and you want them to be like showcased and stuff, right? But if I click on the building itself, it'll be in amenities and services, I think. Yeah, so I haven't got a military monument because it's 10,000 coin, 200 fucking iron, and 1,000 stone. So like I could literally place it now, but like it ain't getting built for some time. And it would be a massive drain on everything because they'll put it there as I get it. And so nothing that needs those resources is going to get it till this is built, which is crazy. But technically I could afford it. I have a sneaking suspicion if I place this, that some like raiders will come along and go, "You don't need his monument, do we?" And then they'll come and deck it and smash it down while it's being built because they're uncivilized like that. Can you get gunnies? No, nobody's whipping out a blicky. Like, the best you got is bow and arrow, and you have to build them yourself. So if you don't have, like, a little bow and arrow people, like, maker people, you're not getting any. Here it is. It's a Fletcher. If you don't have this, ain't nobody shooting nothing. But yeah, this is, like, pre-gun times. Ain't nobody got no guns at the moment. Although they do have, sometimes the raiders will come and they'll bring like this arm that throws stones on wheels. I've forgotten what that is, like a slingshot, but like big. Catapult, trebuchet. Exactly. One of those things. You're so smart, chat. So that happens. And that it's quite devastating when it does. Thank you, Valar. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for the prime. Oh, and Chicago Town Kid, I appreciate the prime as well. So, like, these are really good. The trouble is, like, if you don't have enough builders and resources, buildings can fall into disrepair. So, I need to assign some people to make sure that there are enough builders to maintain things. Because at the moment, they ain't, for some reason. Yeah, I told you I don't have enough beer. So, like, this place ain't doing its job. But people play handsomely. I get a lot of money out of it. Oh, doesn't that storage place with all the food outside look cute? Depending on what's in there, the little baskets out front are different, which I think is a really nice touch. So it doesn't just look all the same all the time. So if I zoom out again and go to a different one, what did that have? That one had greens, smoked ham, honey, and by the looks of things, mushrooms, herbs, mushrooms, that sort of stuff. I'll go to another one. We have a look at that. Where have I got these little going here? This one has mushrooms, soap, and leather out front. And I know there's another one. This one's got mostly just ham. That is ham-tastic. Look at all that. Ah. Right. So, this means that we are overfilled. And I'm gonna get this little, I have like these oxen and I can just move them around. They're mobile storage. So I'm gonna move it somewhere to like another market. So this is a market, for example. It is probably a less stacked market. So yeah, and it doesn't have much meat right now. So I'm just gonna place that next to them and they'll naturally unload it. And that can help. But like you can place loads of really beautiful decorations and you can upgrade them. This is a gazebo. I've never seen anyone use it, but this is a gazebo. Are you just gonna look at it? Is nobody actually gonna go inside? Those things are expensive and nobody bloody uses them. And like, this place makes preserves. I do wonder, should I escalate the preserve makers? I feel like I should. Add a couple more and then make them more berry oriented. But yeah, it's just like a chill management game. Well, it's chill until somebody attacks, essentially. And this is on slow motion, so you can speed it up as well. Now look at them all zooming. We're on 3 times speed. Everyone's got somewhere to be. This does feel pretty chill. I use it to zone out and relax, but the problem is that I need to set an alarm and say, like, I'll play this for an hour. Otherwise, I'll play this for the entire day. I'll blink and, like, it's nighttime. Because it's very, very engrossing. And like you have to do like real crop rotation. Like it's very involved. Like see this, it does 3 different crops every year, and you have to like lock in what they're gonna do. And you have to think about fertility. So all of the crops minus fertility. So you have to like grow clover, which yields nothing, just to restore the soil in between, and also weed it. So like you have tilling periods as well. And different crops, which can get diseases. So you have to rotate them and not do the same crop every single year because it'll cause disease and you'll get barely anything out of it. You can also change the soil. So once you have clay and stuff, oh, I've got immigrants. Hang on. Yeah, I'll accept them. So yeah, you have to do a lot of management of the soil to get the maximum yields and stuff. And when you put them next to each other, you have to be so careful because disease can spread from crop to crop. So you have to master that or things will get disease out. But I gotta mind my immigrants right now and I gotta build them a house or two. Crops lost of frost. So I'm gonna put like a house here and a house here. And do I put a house here? Yeah, okay. I'll put those 3 houses there. And because they're going to be shelters, they're going to be very, very rudimentary. They're going to be basic bitch houses at first. And you need to put wells near everyone because things catch fire often. And if there's no well nearby, it will just burn. The fire will fucking spread. And it's horrendous. So you can lose like so much. Oh, mine is out of order. Hang on. Oh, no. Okay. So I have to fire everybody. Sorry, I don't know how you'll support your families, but that's a you problem. And I'll just deconstruct that. And I will just wait for them to build this. And in the meantime, I want it to be all pretty and desirable and for everyone to look forward to like moving here. So I'm going to get some decorations down. And there's this like little slither of space here, which I can utilize for that. And there's some like small ones. Small. So I've got this. I'm very fond of this one. I like it. So I'll put one of these here. And one of these. What do I want to put the both? Yeah, I want them both the same. I'm fine with it looking a little bit uniform there. And I don't think there's any room here for something that's not room. It's very deceptive. So if I want something more desirable over here, I could give them a park. Small park, extravagant park. Bang. Wait a minute. Actually, no. I didn't look, but it tells you how much the desirability is going to go up adjacently. And it's only 1. Like 7 for these houses up here, but it's like 1. So there's a high saturation of like decorations of that type. Too many and it stops upgrading things. So I have to think of something else. Do you want a giant statue? Oh, everyone wants a statue. All the houses are lighting up. Okay, we can do that. I have a statue. So yeah, you basically have to think about how close everything is to each other and make sure everything is maintained and establish like speedy and efficient routes for everybody to get things to each other. Like if too many people are using the same market, it can't keep up with the demand and it has barely any food in it, which slows everything down because everyone has to go gather the food by themselves when they should be working. So the market people, they don't just bring all the food to the market, they also deliver the food to everyone's house, kind of like Amazon, right? They go to people's houses and deliver them all their food and they pay me money. I get 432 monies from this place, right? So I love these markets, but I keep forgetting to put down enough of them. And they have to be in quite central places. And the territories have to overlap a little bit. So I'm going to put this one. I think I'm going to put this one here. Basic economics, you got to love that. It does have some economic planning in it, and trade is really, really important for the survival of your town. There's some things that you can only trade. You cannot get them any other way, which is annoying, but realistic. And sometimes I suffer from success, so there's like not much storage room left in a lot of these. Oh yeah, you have to deal with rats as well. So I have like a rat catcher who hits the rats. Have you played Frostpunk? Yeah, I played Frostpunk too. I actually have that downloaded, and I'm very, very passionate about that game and have lost. I like playing in winter. It's kind of like watching a movie in the dark. Playing playing Frostpunk in the dead of winter is definitely, it enhances the experience. The extension on Twitch is really cool though. Oh yeah, if you didn't know, with Frostpunk specifically, with the political side where you have to get people to vote and everything, you can have Twitch vote instead of your council. So they can either help you achieve your dream or work against you and fuck up your society. Oh my gosh, I didn't know. That's amazing. Yeah, I've definitely played it with chat a few times. It's really fun. And luckily I have the kind of community who just does what I want. It's great. They don't ruin me. I'm making everyone drunk every day. I don't think you can do that in Frostpunk, luckily. But yeah, this is my town. Oh yeah, and there's beehives, and you can just put them down wherever you want. And they're actually really good in like housed areas because they feed on your gardens, so they need to be pollinated. Resources. So like, can you see these yellow squares? That's where you get a lot of pollen. The circle around it is like its field of range, so like where the bees will go and collect the pollen. So you can put them, it makes sense to put them in near your crops, but also really works around, like, so you can just put a beehive in a housed area, and that sounds like what kind of psycho would put bees next to someone's house, but you could do it, and it's actually good for the game. If you like this game, I just bought a bunch of games similar to this. I feel like Anno is really good. It's like Anno and a number. It's like a Roman version. And it's really good. Mana Lords, yeah. It's Anno 117. Thank you so much. Wait, what resource does that take? I don't have any wood? Are you kidding me? That is crazy. I always have too much wood. Okay, let's see if I can fix that. Let's do you here. And then you can tell them, don't harvest any stone. And I have to upgrade you, but don't have enough brick, sadly. Because there you can replant trees and just start a whole forest, which is fantastic. I'll sell you my soap. Oh, stale soap. I think I'm good. Oh wait, I just complained about not having enough bricks. So I'll take all your bricks. But like, you have to make everything. Like, you have to secure sand and harvest sand so that you can make it into glass. And then once you've made the glass, you can make them into jam jars, which you can fill with jam. And jam lasts for a really long time. Like, if you can scroll over how long it takes for stuff to ruin. And like, none of my jam spoils. It takes 75 months for jam to spoil. Everyone's eating it before then. Same with the pastries. But that's not true, however, of other foods. Like, the fish, some people are letting them spoil. It only lasts 3 months. Some of it's going off. I've lost 909 fish to spoilage this year. And medicine. Medicine requires, you have to make the glass, you have to harvest all the roots and herbs, and then you have to combine them to make it. So it's really, really in-depth. You can also make, like, pickled veggies. People like their gherkins here. Everyone's eating all of that. Is there a river on the map? How do you get water? So you get water from wells, and you can upgrade them. So this is what a well looks like initially. And then when you upgrade them, they look like this. Quite homely, quite cute. I like the herbalist garden. I want a house like this, honestly. That suits me to a T. The forager's garden, even. So when you upgrade them, they grow a crop of like forage, like berries or something, right? And they also gather. And if I zoom out, you see this big circle, this big yellow circle around it. That is how far they will go to gather. And like on the map, you can see the gathering stuff. Like here is a mushroom cluster. That's a gatherable. So you have to set the circle around it. And like the more wild an area is, the more circles they've got. You know, the more resources they've got. I feel really bad about making people gather wild birds' eggs. That's horrible. The poor birdies. At least with the chicken eggs, you know that they're not fertilized. You fucking psycho. But yeah, I got chickadee chucks, and sometimes if a predator wanders in and scares them all, they go running away, and they will run across the entire map, and the map is huge. Like, let me scroll across the map for you. The game warns you about population limits, and I've pushed the population limit, so it's a bit slow. But like, I am now in the corner, the top left corner of the map. So like, the maps are huge. Absolutely huge. Why do you even need bird eggs for medicine? All these people don't make medicine, they just harvest food. Like a herbalist, not a herbalist, like a forager, they gather food. But like they also gather roots, and roots are an important part of medicine. So, but I want all of your fish. Give me the fish. I also want all your barrels. And then all of your weapon rail. And then, why are you taking so long? It was last year that I sold coal, and they still haven't restocked, which is really weird. We can pause time, which is good. Very, very handy. And you manage your resources, make sure people don't run out of basic shit like shoes. And you can make it pretty as well along the way. You can place really gorgeous things, you know? And people will just passively maintain the garden, so you don't need to assign anyone for that. And I think it just looks cute and homely. And they're letting things go off and they're wasting all my shit. But like as the markets get more full, you can see all of these little trays filled. Like this one's empty, probably because we don't have soap or something there. But like you can see what's actually in there, all the resources down here in this bottom corner, and how many barrels they've got and stuff. But as the stalls fill, as you get enough resources, so there's a soap stall there, and like if there wasn't any soap at this particular place, that would just be empty. You can see the glass, candles, herbs. Oh, this person fell over. Did you die? No, she's intoxicated. She's good. We're good. You have to make a graveyard, and it gets overfilled really easily and takes up loads and loads of space. So, if you build a tomb, a crypt, 2,000 slots for people in a crypt. So crypts are really worth the money because otherwise I have a million massive graveyards everywhere. Yeah, so I got a couple of graveyards. I felt like such a weirdo when my mom passed because I had to find a grave. I had to like design a grave for her and commission a stone to be made and stuff like that. So when I was going past graveyards, I would wander in there and be like, oh, that's a nice one. That's giving me some ideas. And I'd take a photo of it. Must have looked like a complete weirdo wandering around just taking pictures of everyone's graves, like a tourist. But yeah, that's my town. Not particularly exciting. Oh, this one's getting upgraded. Somehow I made you happier, and I don't know how. I think it's because I made all this pretty stuff. Oh, it's because I put this in. Oh, and I was telling you about how they don't have a well. How wells are really important. So I'll put that here. But yeah, they build and they upgrade things. It's probably going to take ages. But they will slowly upgrade the house. This one's getting upgraded too. And I probably should upgrade this, but I don't think I have. Do I have enough resources? Fuck it. The houses here are like really low value, so. I really like the cobblestone roofs. They look so satisfying. Yeah, I think the details, like I love zooming in on this game and watching everything because it's just so pretty. Like I feel like it's the prettiest one of these games that I've played. And everything fits so nicely together. The way that the edges of each square, the boundary of each house, it slots so naturally together. Like with the washing lines and things like that, and the little plants next to them, everything just fits together so nicely and naturally. Game name. So this is Farthest Frontier. You get it on Steam. And I really, really love it. I think I have like hundreds of hours of gameplay on this game. I played Banished for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. I don't even want to know how much time I spent on Banished. And I feel like it's a very Banished-like game, but it just has a lot more details. The details are really pretty. It's scenic. This is a candle maker. I don't know if I have enough people here. Yeah, I should just increase that real quick. Can you walk around in the town like in Manalords? No. That's something you can't do, sadly. You can only zoom in. Can't actually be a person in the town. Be cool if you could, though. You can plant trees, too. You can plant decorative trees, and you can put down, like, really decorative pieces of floor. Like, these are decorative pieces of floor with, like, little mini murals in them. But it's a little bit random which one you'll get, so you don't know until they've built it, which is annoying if you want to create a specific pattern. And, like, the decorations are one of my favorite parts because you can go crazy with it. Some people have made absolutely incredible maps with just the most beautiful decorations you've ever seen, and they find ways to hack a little bit, but not just like they find ways to exploit things to make the decorations extra unique and beautiful. You can also do some Sims-like stuff, like some sadistic things, like you can just wall someone in and watch them starve to death. Because they don't know how to step over a 2-foot fence, apparently. Like, you can fence people off with this tiny little bitch fence, and they will die. Have you done that before? No. Oh yeah, and this is the market before it gets upgraded. It's getting dark, but you see what I mean. Like, it's just tiny and basic. But I can upgrade it. And I should. I absolutely should. So all these houses go from, they speed run the whole process. It normally takes hundreds of hours. How have you got no water? Have you tried looking out your fucking window, mate? It doesn't even have glass. Just has a rag over it. Yeah, I think it's cute. It's kind of like, it gives me the same feeling that a doll's house does. Look at my mini society full of little ant-like people doing their little things, eating their ham. And I send them to the mines. And sometimes they break their limbs, so I have to have a hospital. Wait, that's not a mine. That's just a storage facility. There you go. This is a sand mine. And they go in there and they bring me the sand, but you can get them to mine a bunch of shit. There's all kinds of resources. I'm gonna add some more workers because I feel like there are some just floating around. Oh my god, it's moving so slow. I definitely will not be playing this on stream again because I have such a big population. Like, it gives you warnings, I think. If I press escape, settings, general, maximum villagers, high population settings significantly increase the system requirements and are particularly taxing on the CPU. Playing with a very high population can result in reduced frame rates depending on your hardware configuration. So it usually caps out at like 1,000 or like 1,500, something like that. But I pushed it up to 2,500. And normally it's really smooth and fine because I got a fancy PC, you know? But in this particular circumstance, it, while streaming, seems to be a little bit more taxing. Excuse me. Double the recommended amount. Yeah, I'm double my RDA on human beings. That sounds like such a dodgy sentence.
Sponsorship.
Thank you, Nova. I appreciate it. I think someone's hurt. Is that what that red cross means? Yeah. Villagers are sick.
Hello, my Lord Anita. I placed an order on Courier Eats and I still have not received my parcel after 3 long nights. Mayhap I have your assistance with this query?
What the fuck do you want me to do about it? You think I'm just gonna burst through someone's fucking door and be like, "Where's his sandwich? Give me my fucking sandwich, bitch!" Like, what else could I do? Good luck with that. Oh no, they died. They got frostbite, fractured bone. That's alright. I could lose a few. People die all the time. Your villagers are dying from exposure to the elements. Okay. Where? Dead from exposure. Fuck. Alright. I think it's because they have to go really far away. So what I'm gonna do about that, Gathula, thank you so much, is I'm gonna place a cheeky little shelter right here. Let's put one there. Where else can I put a cheeky little shelter? Where are people having... I put one over there. They're happy in that little shelter. And there's one there. And this is a really long trek, so we can create a pit stop right here. And they need water. So water is a resource. One of these. Here. Paper now. Let's get you paper in. I was doing that because you need books. I need books for my library and I don't have enough. So I need to make more paper. And then you bind them with leather after you make them. So they jump in there during the travels? Oh, so a shelter is... So when it gets really, really cold, they will sit in there to keep warm. Look. Because it was really cold, everyone's piled in here. They're stocked with food and things like this, and people can just take a little break to warm up in there while they're working and stuff. So if they're away from home and their house isn't nearby, because people will just run back into their homes real quick. Usually. So I have one near the more remote things. Like there's a fuck ton of iron here. So I put this here so that people could take refuge in it. And people are. They're seeking shelter in there. That makes such an unpleasant sound. Got people working there, and it stinks. I bet they stink when they come home. Yeah, I guess they could use the crypts, but they don't. That would be a 5-head play. But you know that a lot of people stop living in castles because castles are like a giant fridge. Because they're made of stone, They trap cold and are very drafty and are just bullshit to live in. So I'm guessing a crypt would be just as unpleasant in cold weather. Take some of your beans as well, governor, and I'll sell you my soap. I'm getting so much money in taxes at this point. I don't really need to worry too much about stuff. But yeah, that's the game. Is this game any good? I really enjoy it, honestly. But I won't show you anymore. I won't bore you to death with it. But it is very, very good. I definitely love this game, and I don't think I'll be bored of it for many, many years to come. A queen in her kingdom. I guess, in a way. But it's one of the more leadership-like games I play. But we can definitely switch away from the bard court now. I was enjoying watching you play that. Thank you. I don't play games very often on stream. But it's always nice when I get to. It's on sale right now too. It's only £14 right now. I guess now's a really good time to play it then. So why don't you show us your 2-point museum as well? What's it called again? Farthest Frontier. And you have to start with a really basic little town. I don't know. Have any of you played games like this though? If you had to think of like a management game that you've played, I think my love of these started with 2 Point. No, what was it called before it was 2 Point? It was like Beam Hospital. That was my first. Pardon me. I love Civilization 6, but I don't play enough. I still need to learn it. I've downloaded it. I've got it, but I just haven't played it yet. I never find enough time to juggle it all. I'm touching up my skills on Overwatch and Marvel Rivals and training on them and stuff. I'm thinking about trying the Cyclops guy. I keep wanting to call him Geordie from Star Trek. I keep going, I want to play Geordie. Even during callouts, I'm like, Geordie behind, and they're like, who? What the fuck? You just call him Eye Guy. What wouldn't Laser Guy be more filling? Maybe in the swimsuit skin, but you know what I mean. More fitting. There we go. Yeah, the whole game is being put in a blender on Friday. So is that because they're updating Widow? Does anyone even care? Like as it is, like Widow players are like the last kid to be picked on the team at school. And they were like, "Ah, we got a widow," and like people really do not want a widow on their team. So like, I feel like they're one of the rarer players to ever see in the game. Like, I feel like I've only ever seen play of the game be given to a widow once in the entire time I've played Marvel Rivals. Does anyone here play Widow? Am I just shitting on you right now? But like, Widow is a hard one to master and a really hard one to like. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, everyone started playing her in the past few days. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Why are there suddenly a bunch of Widow players? And I learned that she's getting an overhaul and she's getting changed. And people have very mixed feelings about that. It's created quite the drama. No, they are adding abilities to every single hero and new team-ups with new health mechanics and way more other things. It's going to be a new game. It's essentially Marvel Rivals 2. Oh, fuck. I didn't know it was that big. Okay, I'm not playing it anymore until the new stuff comes out because I'm gonna have to relearn the whole fucking game. And the Jeff plus Storm ult is coming back. Wait, it left? That ult was terrifying, though. Now you can get a flaming Jeff NATO. That's insane. I'm gonna have to try that one out. Hanzo is the best Marvel Rivals character. Are you okay? Are you okay, Bryce? I feel like that's something that someone will be saying in like 40 years' time in the old folks' home. In 40 or 50 years' time, there's going to be people sat there going, I used to be the best Hanzo player on Marvel Rivals in the world. And the carers are going to be like, oh, yeah, is that some sort of computer game? I heard you actually have to play them with the hands back then, like with physical things like a mouse and keyboard. He was a top 500 Hanzo in the Pro Ignite circuit. One day that's going to be a bunch of gibberish and no one's going to know what that means. Top 5 million in my house. Wait, isn't that worse? I only played the early seasons, but Moonlight, Cap, Magneto are my favorites. Storm, if anything, fine, because Storm is always cool. So I am a Jeff main. I don't mean to brag, but I've carried 2 major tournaments with my brilliant Jeff play. Totally wasn't carried. Nope, I was the central reason both of them won. Yep. But I do love Jeff. And I play a little bit of Invisible Women these days. Not particularly well, but I play her. And what else do I play? I play Squirrel Girl, which is funny because I play Mei in Overwatch, and I feel like they both have a really similar vibe that I gravitate towards. Like, I play the kind of nerdy girls in these games for some reason. Oh my god, they kind of do. They really do. I feel like they would get on really well. They're kind of like cozy girls, you know what I mean? They just have a cozy vibe. But like they are low-key sadists. The reason why I liked playing Mei was because you could freeze someone with your like secondary gun. You could just spritz them with a little bit of frostiness, right? And then after you frosted them, they solidify and they're really cold and they like freeze frame. They're like, ah! And I'd wait. I'd go 1, 2, 3 before I hit them in the head. Like I'd take them out, but I just want them to feel how fucked they are for a few seconds before I take them out. I could take them out right away, but I don't. And I feel like a lot of Mei players are like that. And I feel like it's integral to who she is as a character. She's sweet and she's friendly and she's paradoxically quite warm for a frost bitch, but like at the same time quite sadistic. Under all of that, there's a little she likes to drive the icicle in further and twist it. And you'd never know because she's so sweet, but it's there. It's there. That's not May's doing. That's your doing. No, because like her whole ult is to just freeze everybody. And they're fucked. Like that is inherently quite sadistic to just like you don't kill people, you just freeze them so that everyone can take their turns killing you all. I feel like it's just baked in to her move. She's a scientist. She could invent any way to take people out. It's an annoying ult. But what you mean by that is it is a very good ult. You know, if it annoys you, that means it's powerful. That means it does what it's supposed to do. But I also want to learn the dinosaur in Marvel Rivals. I really want to be able to like launch people effectively. And when I play, I dabble in a little bit of dinosaur. And when I do well. I do, but I still feel like I'm not quite confident. I still feel like I'm in the button spam situation. I'm just like sweating and just spamming buttons and hoping something works rather than really being too deliberate with it. But you can do that with him. You're a good tank player. I'm only a good tank player if I listen to funk. Like if I listen to like some heavy bassy music, then I can be Emma and stomp on people's necks. But it doesn't work without the music. Then I'm terrible. I will need to find the worst hero next season and try to climb with them. See, one of the things that I find really funny about Peaks is I've recently learned about his like entire Marvel Rivals career, and it's crazy because I'm like, why aren't people paying you to be in tournaments? Haven't you been in top 100? Haven't you been number one for like multiple Marvel Rivals character? Like number one in the world? He was number one Mantis and Adam. And they're both really hard to be good with. I feel like he could literally, if he had the time, he could literally be number one at every character. Number one, Adam, Mantis, and Viz for like a day. Yeah, you have to maintain it. I feel like, I bet you could maintain it if you were just sticking at it, but you don't. What about Magic? I've not played her. She seems like a really good character, but I haven't played her. I'm not a sword swinger. I've never really gravitated towards that. But maybe I should. Maybe it should be fun. Magic feels awful to play to me. Really? I loved playing Loki as support, loved stealing someone else's ult and then killing them with it. It's so healing. I think you should tell your therapist about that. I feel like that's a let's unpack that kind of sentence. I'm imagining this convo from like 80-year-old in a nursing home, like, yes, dear, now have another bite of your pudding. Exactly. It's so funny the stuff that matters to us really so much in the moment that doesn't mean anything like in 10, 20, 30 years. Like it's just a blink. Everything that you matters to you now will be dust before you're dead, probably. Just think like a food processor and it will feel better. I feel like that's what booze is for. I feel like the booze is the button on the blender that just smushes your brain. Do you grow anything else then? Chilies, any herbs maybe? I do grow things, but mostly like at the moment I'm just about to grow some fruit trees, but I'm like doing it the old school method. Like you can get a fruit tree and you can just buy it in a pot and you're 5 years in. You could just skip 5 years of the process. I am literally starting trees from seed this year. So we'll see how that goes. Will you give the fruit steroids? I didn't know you could do that. What the fuck? Do they get, like, caked up and have, like, massive biceps? Why would you give fruits steroids? How's your fig tree getting on? It's surviving the heat wave really well. It's doing really well in these temperatures. So I definitely think like it's the happier one. I also have a strawberry tree, and before you at me and say strawberries don't grow on trees, they don't, but there's a very strawberry-like plant that is a tree. Mostly the fruits are eaten by birds though. Most store-bought fruit has steroids. Wait, is that actually a thing, Jim Bob? Surely that's illegal in the UK. Are you talking about America, maybe? I'm traveling to Spain from the US for research conference. I've never been to Europe. Any tips? Get a plug converter because none of your plugs are going to work properly. And also, we have a higher voltage, so just check that that isn't going to break any of your appliances. I've noticed when I take my hairdryer to the States, it like barely farts any air. It's just like, whereas in the UK, it's like it will like make my cheeks go. It's so strong. But when I plug it in America, it's just like. Already got one. Good. I can't think of anything else that I don't know. I don't think there's anything else you really need to know. Like Europe's really fine. I find. Where in Europe though? Are you going to the UK or are you going to like the Netherlands or something? I've been to like Paris, Berlin. I've been to the Netherlands. I've been to Rotterdam and Amsterdam. Where else have I been in Europe? I think that's it. And also Scotland. Isle of Skye, like those kinds of places. They said Spain. Oh, I know nothing about Spain. I still haven't been to Spain. Damn, my memory. My memory is just fried. But like, I've always wanted to go to Spain for the lizards. My grandma used to live in Spain, and she used to send me pictures of little lizards eating ice cream off her table. Apparently, you haven't tried oranges till you've tried them in Spain. I think one of the tips I'd say is like if you can go and pick some wild oranges, do it because you haven't actually tasted how oranges are supposed to taste. They taste completely different when they've been ripened on the tree. So try the fruit. Try the homegrown fruit. It's the same with olives in some places. I think Spain and Greece might, or is it Italy and Greece? There's a couple of places where olives are completely profoundly different to anywhere else in the world. Like completely different. And they taste amazing. Even if you're not an olive person, you'll like the olives. Morocco has the best olives. It converted me. I've never been to Morocco, but I love the food. Everything Moroccan I've ever eaten, I've become addicted to. That's true. I ate a peach in Greece. It tastes totally different than in the EU markets. The reason why is because fruit is really delicate and easy to bruise and doesn't last very long if you pick it when it's ripe. So quite often, a lot of the fruits you eat, including tomatoes, are shipped like unripened, and then they spray a chemical on it to ripen it all of a sudden once it arrives in its destination country and is soon to be sold. So I've forgotten the stuff they spray tomatoes with, but like they will spray things to change the color and ripen them when they arrive. And they do this with oranges as well. That's terrifying. Yeah, But it's really normal, and that deeply, deeply affects the flavor. In America, apparently, that you have fucked strawberries. Did you know that America has fucked strawberries? So if you cut an American strawberry, it's really, really white inside. They're like big and very, very white inside, and they do taste kind of watery and flavorless, to be honest with you. But in other countries where they're actually grown where they are, and ripened where they are, they're so rich and delicious. And a lot of like one of the biggest flexes that Europe has over Americans is cutting a strawberry in half and it being deep red inside by comparison. I wonder if I can find a video.
I haven't turned your camera on yet, so if you could.
Strawberries. US versus oh, it's
This here on the
making...
left is an American strawberry, and this on the right is a European.
No, that's an AI video. Okay, I've got a mission for the mods. Can you find me a versus so we can show? Because like it really demonstrates that Americans don't really eat real food. But ripened strawberries that are ripened, you just pick them as soon as they're deep red from the sun, they're on another level. They're one of the most incredible things you experience in your life. I'm not even exaggerating. Like one of your core memories after you've eaten a real strawberry, like when you're dying and you have flashbacks of your life, eating a real strawberry that is red all the way through will stick with you. It will. Then I gotta try sometime then. I mean, you could always just grow some tomatoes. You could grow some strawberries of your own. I got wild strawberries growing. I've got so many wild strawberries, but they're like this big. They're tiny, tiny little things, but they're so packed with flavor. But because they're so tiny, like you have to spend ages just picking enough for a mouthful. It's ridiculous. You have to pick like a few hundred or something. So I give them to the rabbits and they really love them. Really, really love them. But they're very high in calcium, so I can't give them too many because too much calcium is bad for rabbits. It gives them the stingy wheeze. But yeah, flavor is just one of those unsung things that is really integral to having a good life. I feel like one of the ways that my life has improved immensely since I started streaming is that I actually get to eat really good. I don't know if any of you like can relate, but like there was a point in my life where I didn't have a lot of access to food and I was just very desperate all the time, especially when I was a student. And like I would buy like a 50 pence like jar of pasta sauce and a bag of pasta, like 1 kilo bag of pasta. And that would have to last me for the week. And sometimes I'd run out of pasta sauce and I'd use ketchup on pasta. It was not great, but it quelled the hunger pains. And like sometimes I'd have to like buy a handful of things and I'd get to the till and I'd miscalculate how much money I'd have and I'd have to put a few items back. But like now I just get to eat exactly what I want and I get to enjoy every single meal. And it's crazy how much of an impact that has on your dick, on your mental health, and like how happy you are with your day. Like your food is your mood. I swear up and down, your food is your mood. Do you cook a lot or take out? I barely ever get takeout. I mostly just cook. I feel like a lot of streamers eat like trash. Well, if you're like streaming takes a lot of hours, to be honest with you. To do well, it's really, really hard to find the time to cook when you're a streamer. Also, a lot of people who are streamers quite often have ADHD or are neurodivergent because like people who are healthy and function properly usually are quite boring by comparison, aren't as fun to watch. So there's a high concentration of people who, you know, are disadvantaged when it comes to self-maintenance on this platform, trust me. So I've met so many people who have no idea how to cook. Too much sodium in a takeaway. I don't have to watch too much my sodium intake, to be honest with you. I feel like a huge concentration of salt is in meat products. Like they put loads and loads of salt in processed meat. So a lot of people's intake is from meat, but also I have EDS, and we're actually recommended to eat more salt than the usual person to keep our blood pressure up. So I definitely have to worry less about that kind of thing, luckily. So I get to really enjoy my salt. I just hate cooking it. It takes longer to prepare than it does to eat. I'm just like, no thanks. I feel like that might be a skill issue. The good news there is because I only cook things that take like 20 minutes or less, to be honest with you, and I have a dishwasher. So the combination of those two things means that, cooking and eating is really happy and simple. And I eat like really top tier good food that I love. And whenever I've made it for other people, they've deeply loved it too. I've never had any complaints about the food that I make. So with that said, I kind of feel like that might be a skill issue. Even when I bake, it takes like less than 20 minutes to make a batch of cookies, for example, or cake. So like you could totally learn some dishes that are fast, easy, minimal cleanup, but taste fucking amazing and are cheap as well. But it's just about finding those recipes. What's your favorite recipe? I'd say my favorite food to cook, I don't know, pasta's pretty simple and easy. Love pasta. And there's so many different ways to make it as well. So you can make like pasta salad where it's with a salad dressing, pasta, tomatoes, some sort of vegan chicken, and like mixed bean salad in there with some cucumber and some greens, and toss that up and it's like really nice. Oh, and maybe some like sun-dried tomato lentils, because that's amazing in that stuff. Or you could have like pasta, sun-dried tomato pasta with like Mediterranean vegetables. That's fucking amazing. Pesto pasta with some like black olives. And oh, my mouth is watering. And like fried veg, like peppers and onions and things like this. So quick, it's so easy, highly nutritious, good amount of energy, really, really simple to make. Fucking amazing. Tastes amazing every single time. And if you have like a frozen stick of garlic bread, you can whack that in the oven. It's nice to have garlic bread with a bit of tomato pasta. Did you ever try savory ice cream? Probably not, but you do you. Could you imagine garlic bread flavored ice cream? No. Baked bean flavored ice cream. Ah. Ah. Sounds dreamy. Well, the thing is, I think I could make it work. Like if you had like a pesto flavored ice cream, or even a garlic flavored ice cream, maybe you could put that between like pastry slices and have like a cooling savory like frozen pasty or something. But even then, I still don't think I'd like it. I still think that would really still be upsetting. It would taste like a frozen pasty. You know how like you sometimes you thaw them out, you freeze them to keep them. It would taste like an uncooked pasty. Do you ever use food to manage the symptoms of ADHD, like lion's mane or saffron? I use magnesium. It has all the three different types, like magnesium glycinate, magnesium something sulfate or whatever. Like there's three different types of magnesium that you can absorb into the body, and it has all three of them in it. rather than it just relying on one type of magnesium like a lot of other supplements. And my God, I stopped being an insomniac. I actually got sleep every single night for the first time in my life when I started taking that. Well, you found me a video, but it's not a typical video for the US, apparently. So I don't know how helpful that is. But I can have a look. I love you.
This is an European strawberry. Let's cut it to check inside. Isn't it how it should be?
There you go. That's the comparison.
This is an European strawberry. Let's cut it to check inside.
Because I swear I've seen so many strawberries that are like really white and hard in the US, and people really complain about it. I've seen darker red ones on the inside as well. Like full on bright red on the inside all the way through. I've never seen a strawberry that's wet inside. I guess there must be some more privileged areas where this doesn't happen, but it's like an infamous complaint. Like people from the US have totally complained about this and been like, in my area, these are the only strawberries you can get. Also, people trying to eat watermelon and it's like rubber. Like rubbery, unedible watermelon is a big issue in the US as well. This does not exist. Don't take it up with me. It's the Americans saying it. I'm not spreading propaganda, but maybe this is just a misconception. Maybe this is like you're thinking that we're stabby, even though Americans, if you get 100 Americans, they are more stabby than British people. But they think we're the stabby country because we don't have guns, so we must just stab each other all the time. It's like, mate, we don't kill each other at the rate that Americans do. We're not the same. But yeah, they think that the old British handshake is just a shiv-in. Where are you from? I'm from the UK. Unfortunately. Would you mind giving your opinion on a Hulk transformation? What kind of opinion are you looking for? Because I don't think you'll like my opinion. Based on the way you're asking that question, I don't think you're gonna like my opinion on it. Do you like it in the UK? Is there anywhere you'd love to live? I'd rather live in the Netherlands than the UK, to be quite honest with you. The UK has gone terribly in the past couple of decades. It's falling apart. Absolutely. Like, it looks like everywhere is falling apart. Like, everywhere looks incredibly like a shanty town at this point. It's really, really bad. We don't have proper healthcare access anymore. And, like, just everything is ridiculous now. But yeah, I'd say my opinion on the Hulk transformations is that I think initially when this comic book was made, I love looking at comic books and all the characters that, came up from the time and the era. Because if you compare like Superman to, say, Homelander in The Boys, you really see this big transition from the psychology of thinking that if somebody had superpowers, they would mainly use them for good and they would use it to save the world and they would, balance their home life and, there'd be these wholesome people who really care about their loved ones, but also have this terrible secret, that, they can't tell anyone about. and all this sort of stuff. And it like nowadays we think, well, if anybody that from this generation had powers, they would be depraved, cruel, corrupt, disgusting, and they'd be, influencers, and people would worship them even though they were doing terrible things behind the scenes. And I feel like that's a hyper-realism, but a cynicism, like that we all have, where we kind of are much more familiar with the human condition, but we're also disillusioned with our leaders and people in a position of power. So when we imagine giving someone power, we imagine someone being corrupted. We don't really often imagine like genuine, real superheroes. And I feel like the Hulk was made at a time where a lot of very nerdy, very weak people fantasized about being able to suddenly become incredibly strong whenever they were challenged, humiliated, beaten down, or dominated, and that they could just magically flip and become indomitable? Like undefeatable, impervious, but also that their rage would be valid because they could do whatever they wanted with it, and that it could be the disruptive force that they truly wished it to be, which is actually a little bit of a dark fantasy. The line, "You won't like me when I'm angry," is normally said by domestic abusers. It's not usually a fantasy of a good person, but there was a group of very nerdy, very vulnerable people who genuinely wished that they could just overpower anyone who upset them but didn't have that power. And so the Hulk was a power fantasy. It was the fantasy that when someone upset you, you could just expand and take them the fuck out, right? He definitely is. Yeah, exactly. And so for me, the Hulk wasn't really a character that appealed to me because it didn't appeal to my insecurities. I feel like a lot of superheroes and their powers and their dynamics that they have and the things that they get up to are to appeal to people's insecurities, to give them the fantasy. Usually they were relatable characters that you could see yourself in, like Spidey-Man, being a tiny little nerdy guy just trying to get by in college, just trying to be a photographer, and having like normal things about him in every way except his power. I feel like him being an average guy, not like a supermodel, like all the female characters. He's not some Giga Chad with a massive chin and like muscles for days and abs you could grate cheese on. He was like a nerdy little guy who had these miraculous powers, and I feel like that appealed to people's insecurities. A lot of the readers were nerdy little guys, so it was a huge fantasy, a relatable fantasy. And so like a lot of why the powers and how were developed and how they were created and written was about the culture at the time and the wishes of the nerd fan base. The male nerd fan base was pandered to. I don't feel like the female nerd fan base was really pandered to as much in those superhero characters initially. And so yeah, I feel like the Hulk is one of the darker fantasies. I feel like it's one of the more red flag kind of obsessions. Like if somebody really likes that character, it might mean some terrible things about them. Male power is predominantly physical too. I mean, every day I question that more and more because I feel like men have a lower pain tolerance and lower endurance. So both men and women are physically strong. They're just physically strong in two different ways. And the ways that men are strong are celebrated and exaggerated. So like most men are not big and physically strong. Most men, if you go to like TwitchCon, for example, like the average guy there is not going to be a power lifter, is not going to be like a military guy who can like kill 6 men with a toothpick. Like most men are unconfrontational, are really scared to intervene. If they saw like a woman being harassed on the train, most guys will not step up or step in. Most guys will sit and do nothing silently. A lot of guys are not like the apex of physical strength at all. They admire people who are strong, but most men aren't like physically strong. In general, most guys are doing desk jobs, and that's okay. It's not criticism, right? So like if you pitted that average guy against an average woman, the difference in their strength is going to be way more equal than the other end of the scale. So can men become bigger bodybuilders? Absolutely. But women run further in marathons. Their endurance is way better than men's. So like women are physically strong in that they can endure pain and they can travel wide distances. They have like staying power in their muscles. So like men are good at the short bursts of strength, women are good at staying the distance. They are the long distance swimmers, they are the marathon runners. And there are some sports as well that women beat men in as well. But like most of all, like men have like the with the scale of extremes, men have the extreme strength and women have the extreme endurance. And in the middle, men and women aren't that different. If you're both sitting at a desk, if you're both taking the commute on the train to sit at a desk, to go home and sit in front of a PC or a TV, you and any other person are going to be a similar amount of adult strength at resting state. If you're living off fucking mashed potato and like microwave sausages or whatever, you're not going to be like a masculine strength. So if we just define men by physical strength, then that doesn't really define them by much at all, because we're all just kind of average, and neither of us are at the extremes where you start to see gender differences. Then why are men generally fitter? They kind of aren't. First of all, women statistically are better at controlling their diet and eating healthy. Like there are way more men who've never eaten anything green than women. So women are better at taking care of their bodies, for example. But also in terms of like core fitness, men are encouraged to go, like play sports while they're developing, while their body is developing, and women are discouraged from playing sports while their bodies are developing. Men are encouraged to show signs of power, so they're encouraged to build muscle. But when women build muscle, people pile on them and go, "That's not attractive. Don't do that. You're getting too manly." They're not getting manly. Like they wouldn't be able to do it if it was manly. Like women have muscle too. Muscle is androgynous. Muscle is like a symptom of being a strong human. It's not a symptom of being a specific gender. That's why women can get it too. But if women get that muscle, people go, "Careful now, stop that. You're getting too strong." Or they'll discourage a girl from getting into rugby or whatever as a kid. Like boys are encouraged and celebrated for sports, but women are not. So like you might see a lot more boys get into a fitness oriented thing during their development, and that might cause a minor difference. But to be honest with you, even then, most people don't stick with it after school. Most people just don't. And so like I don't really define masculinity by physical strength, because you can be a man and have fuck all physical strength. You can be all slim or like be a little bit, on the heavier side and have absolutely no fucking muscle. No distinguishable muscle that you would look at their arms and know that was a man's arm or a woman's just by looking. And so I don't see a lot of gender differences in strength when I interact in day to day with men. Like I don't know a lot of big, strong men at all. The only one I know is like a male personal trainer at my local gym. That's it. And the rest are just kind of mushy people being all mushy and stuff. So I think it's kind of wrong to define men by their muscles when most men aren't defined that way at all. Like most men don't have particularly high amount of strength. It's weird to do that. But like we define women by their beauty, even though most women don't fall into that narrow idea of beauty at all. Most women are either too old to be in that bracket, or too young to be in that bracket, or too wide to be in that bracket, or too slim to be in that bracket. Like the beauty bracket is so tiny. It's like the top 0.5% of women are like conventionally attractive. And then the rest are just nowhere near that scope of attractiveness whatsoever. The average woman isn't that beautiful either. Like by conventional standards. Like I would say my personal standards are different, but like if we're talking about conventional beauty where you are a supermodel with long legs and is slim with big boobs but low body fat somehow, and a tiny little nose and big eyes and huge hair, like less than 0.5% of human beings fit those categories, quite simply. But the disparity, like everyone sits on their phone scrolling, so they think that they see beautiful women all the time, because they're the ones that get all the attention online. So people who don't go out genuinely think the world is full of hot women who won't fuck them. And it's not. It's weird to define women by beauty when most women aren't conventionally attractive. And it's weird to define masculinity as strong when most men are weak as fuck. Yeah, people do forget that social media is not life. So I think like defining yourself by your gender and then defining your gender by a bunch of qualities you're never going to have is only going to set you up for self-loathing. And I think that's the point, to be honest with you, because you don't buy shit unless you feel shit. And part of the onslaught on your self-esteem is about convincing you that you aren't enough and that you can buy your way out of it. You can buy your way out of being a loser. So anyway, about the Hulk. Well, I said what I said. I think the Hulk is a power fantasy, a little bit of a red flaggy power fantasy. What do you mean? Your friends don't do anything physical? I mean, not to the degree where they have like a huge difference in strength. Where I'd be able to like scale them from strongest to weakest and it'd be like a gender spectrum. It wouldn't. I know female climbers that could run rings around some of my gamer friends, for example. So like I've known multiple women who'd be definitely a lot stronger than some of my male friends, and I know some male friends that would be way prettier than some of my female friends. I feel all I'm saying is like the scope of what makes people masculine or feminine is kind of bullshit. Might be because you tend to have nerdier male friends generally. I'd like to say no, because when I did volunteer work, a lot of it was very physically demanding and there were men there. But if they arm wrestled with the women, it would be a tough guess who would win. Because they were both, doing really physically involved work. So they both got strong. They all got strong. You never know what someone does outside of work, though. It's true. You don't. You really don't know what people are doing inside their homes. Clark Kent is nerdy, but Superman isn't, and that's the same as the Hulk. I don't know, because I feel like where the Hulk and Superman are different is that Superman is really good at containing his rage and being fair to others, even though he could smush them really easily. So he doesn't use his rage. Mostly he keeps himself very level-headed and tries to be a good person and do the right thing, even when it's hard. Like, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would take vengeance on the villain by killing them. He seems quite anti-murder, and he, does the right thing, essentially. The Hulk is about someone who cannot contain their rage, that when they throw a tantrum or are hurt or upset, they lash out at everything around them and destroy everything around them. The idea you won't like me when when I'm angry is a threat. Like, you have to appease me and keep me emotionally level, or there'll be consequences for you. And that is actually kind of terrifying. That isn't a good thing. It reminds me of like when there's a broken home with like a deadbeat dad who's like really aggressive and will fight you and hurt you. So like the kids are tiptoeing around him because they won't like him when he's angry and he can't maintain his emotions and he can't regulate himself. Like, that is very, very different. Like being someone who has just anger spells and weaponizes their anger against others is like a much darker fantasy than simply having power while being nerdy. Like, being a decent person, even when you don't have to be, is hard. Having absolute power and no consequences often reveals who people are. And what it revealed about Clark Kent was that he was a good person through and through who just wanted the best for everybody. And it wasn't about his emotional state. He could be having a good day or a bad day, and he would still help you. He would still help you begrudgingly on a bad day where he doesn't really want to. He'd still do the right thing. And I feel like most of it doesn't really center around his rage or his disdain or like anything like that. It just focuses on him wanting the best for the human species, even when they give him every reason not to want that for them. Even when they let him down, he never lets humanity down. And I think that that's like a really beautiful fantasy and a really bright example of a human with superpowers, essentially. I mean, he's not a human, but you know what I mean. I feel like that is a more wholesome thing to aspire to, relate to, read about, and love. Um, than the power fantasy of wishing that your rage would do damage, wishing that when people hurt your feelings and you could contain yourself, that it would have consequences for others than just you. It reminds me of House. I've never liked House because House is just an asshole who hurts people, does illegal things, and is a bit of a pedophile. And he's so useful that people have to tolerate it because he's weaponized his skill to get away with mistreating people. And people find it a fantasy and people enjoy watching the show quite often if you ask them, because they feel like he gets to be exactly who he is without consequences, right? People like the idea of being allowed to be an asshole, hating everyone and not having to hide it. And that's kind of fucked up, right? I didn't see those House episodes. It was in every single episode. He sexually harassed his co-workers constantly. He abused sex workers, and there was an underage teenage girl who he was treating, who he was flirting with, and she didn't take it badly because it's a male fantasy. She was like, "Oh, call me when I'm 18," and gave him her number. And he sat there like, and he smirks at the screen as he watches an underage girl walk away, like watches her as she walks away in a pervy way, right? But there was a time where there was a teenage girl who had she was intersex and she didn't know, and his way of revealing it was to rip off all of her clothes, I think and like perv on her boobs and stuff and make comments about her, and like was really aggressive and horrible about the way that he spoke to her and everything, and she was in tears. And that was him being the hero of the day and diagnosing her. Like, the whole quirk of House is this power fantasy where you're so indisposable that you get to be the asshole that you'd normally have to hide, that you don't have to be polite anymore. You don't have to treat anyone with respect anymore because you're so indisposably talented that people will endure whatever abuse you hurl at them. And it was quite consistent: hypersexual, hyper cruel. He would delight in things, make people deeply uncomfortable all of the fucking time, commit crimes. Wow, you have a photographic memory. I completely forgot all those episodes of House. Moments that stuck with me about House. He invites a sex worker to his house to sleep with, and she's like, "Hi, how you doing?" She tries to make some conversation in the doorway as she arrives at his house. And he says, "Shut up. I don't need to talk. Get on the bed." And she has this dark look on her expression like, "Oh, he's going to be one of those clients." And she like sadly walks up into the house and he closes the door. Like, he is an absolute fucking piece of shit. Despicable human being. Like, he's just genuinely awful. But, like, a lot of men liked him because they wish they could be him. They wish they could show that kind of side of themselves and get away with it. And other people liked it not because they wanted to be him, but because they would let it slide if a man did those things. But if a woman did those things, she'd be a bitch and people would hate her, and it wouldn't be a multiple series long show at all. So like I feel like it's just our cultural dynamics that made that show, but I don't think it's a good show. And I think a lot of people who liked it when it came out would look back on it now, because society's moved on a bit, would look back on it now and be like, oh fuck, kind of like Friends. Friends is creepy like that now, but it wasn't back then because people weren't very educated. They didn't think things through. And like we never really respected each other back then. But as we've developed and like as social media has taken hold and like you get little bite-sized pieces of psychology and history and all sorts, people are just more empathetic, more intelligent now, and this means that things wouldn't fly now. People genuinely question some of the jokes and Friends in a way that they wouldn't before, for example. And I feel like there's definitely a lot of that with House. Also, House made up a lot of medical situations that weren't real, and a lot of people to this day internalized it, forgot where they saw it, and genuinely think that that is medical information. There's a big problem with shows where if you gradually forget where you heard or saw something, but you internalize it and take it as fact. It's quite often how some like old wives' tales, for example, take a hold. Because you just forget where you've seen something, so you don't question it. And that happened a lot with House because they just weren't medically accurate, unfortunately. I don't know about more intelligent. You can be more intelligent and not empathetic. Well, I feel like people try to separate emotion and empathy from intelligence, and I just don't think that's true. I think that you have to be very, very highly intelligent to be able to process and understand other people's emotions, and that it is absolutely a form of intelligence. Being able to put yourself in others' shoes is a measure of intelligence we use on other species because we know it's intelligence. So, like, if an animal can imagine what you're going through and compensate you or comfort you when you're upset, they have to think, I am this, I am a separate entity from you, you are a different person from me, and you are feeling a different thing to me, and this might change how you feel for the better. Those are complex thoughts. And like, as people get brain trauma, and as people get in situations where their intelligence declines, things like lead poisoning, things like this, developmental issues, if your brain is affected, your capacity for empathy can also be affected as well. Like, it takes a high functioning brain that is healthy to empathize with others and think things through clearly and to be able to communicate and collaborate with others. It is a form of intelligence. It's a misconception that empathy is not an intelligence-based skill. You deserve massive appreciation for being constantly you all these years. I don't know how to do anything else. I think that might be less of something that deserves admiration and more just a passive, like, I don't have the intelligence to assume an alternate identity and hold it up. I think, like, I would break character constantly. So, like, I think I just lack the skill to be anything else, quite honestly. Like, some people are a character online or whatever, and I think that's really cool. I've met people who do that, and I think it's really cool, but I just can't because I just could never maintain it. I think that's a great quality. Maybe. Or maybe it's just a perk of ineptitude. I want to see how research, like, how research on how hormones like testosterone affect empathy. Well, a lot of people think that testosterone is the male hormone, but women have testosterone too, and we have a higher sensitivity to testosterone, so we don't need as much for our body to be just as affected by it. So when you account for that difference, I don't think the difference in empathy between men and women would account for just testosterone alone. I think that a lot of people know about testosterone, but they don't know about all of the other hormones that are different in men and women. There are so many hormones that direct your behavior, your sex drive, and all sorts of things like that. It's not just testosterone versus estrogen. Those are just the two that are the most commonly spoken about for the past like 20, 30 years or longer. And so they're the ones that people most strongly associate with anything or talk about, but they are not like the central difference between men and women at all. And a lot of people think that testosterone is like this wonder drug that just makes people superior. Like they think, oh, well, men are better than women, so testosterone will just make you better at things. If you just give people testosterone, they'll be smarter and stronger and all this sort of stuff. And it won't. It won't at all. In fact, like we've given men injections of testosterone and asked them how they felt without them knowing what they're taking, and they reported absolutely no difference for taking testosterone. But the men who were told they were taking testosterone reported that they felt more aggressive, more sexual, were stronger, and all these sorts of things, had more energy. When they knew it was testosterone, they reported all of those differences. When they didn't know, when it was just a placebo, an unnamed, well, not a placebo, but when it was like an unnamed thing that they were receiving, they reported a difference. But also the placebo, now that I remember, there was a placebo group who were told that they were being given testosterone when they weren't. And they also reported feeling more sex drive, angrier, more aggressive, stronger, more energized, these sorts of things. So like I feel like our understanding of hormones is really borked in general in the public, and we have like this stereotype of what testosterone is, and some people just see it as the superiority hormone for some reason. Yeah, but like so far studies have not really truly accounted for the behavioral difference between men and women with testosterone alone. So even if there is a difference, I don't think like testosterone is the core of it at all. For example, like the love chemical that quite often is transmitted between like when a woman is hugged, or like the chemical that's meant to make women feel the most love and connection is oxytocin. But stress and vasopressin is the chemical that men usually bond over. So if you stress a man out and give him a salty food, because that also releases the vasopressin, I think it's vasopressin, then he's more likely to fall in love with you than if you tried the oxytocin method with cuddles and eye contact and things like this, apparently, according to some studies. So like that's an example of like, that's not testosterone. That's a completely different chemical. Salty food, well, I'll be damned. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that a way to a man's heart is through his stomach, partly because a way to a woman's heart is through a stomach too. It just really surprised me that that saying was about food, because the longest time I thought it was about battle. I thought that it was to remind people that you should shank underneath the rib cage and then turn it up towards the heart. Like the best way to the heart is through the stomach. I genuinely thought that that was what that saying was for. I had no idea it was about food. So it really confused me when people like my grandma were like, and remember, way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I was like, who am I? Why would I need to think about that right now, Grandma? Who do you think I need to kill? The Aztecs knew. So I'll rinse food ladies give me when I'm stressed and avoid falling in love. Got it. I mean, what if they give you something like cotton candy? Good luck rinsing that. You're just gonna have sugar soup. England or Norway? Oh, are they playing each other right now? Is Norway the one with the Giga Chad guy who gets all the memes made out of him that people in Japan think eats children? What's his name? Yeah, Haaland. What? The Techno Viking. People are calling him the Techno Viking. People are comparing him to the pink evil guy in Dragon Ball Z in Japan. They think he looks like the pink guy from Dragon Ball Z. And that guy was very well known for eating children. So there's a meme about him eating children because he looks like him. Erling Targaryen. Let me Google it. Erwin Targaryen. I'm getting some blonde guy. I put it wrong. Majin Buu? Let me see. Majin Buu. Yes, that guy. Everyone says he looks like Majin Buu. And so people meme about him eating children. Yes, you just showed the image. It's okay. I got it. Everyone says he looks like Majin Buu. See? So they all say he eats children now. You didn't know about this? Even he said he doesn't disagree. Well, yeah. Now you found out he's famous for eating children, even though he hasn't eaten a single child. How are you so skilled at reading the wrong answer and the sea of right answers? I don't know. Hopefully it's entertaining, is all I'm gonna say. UK people try to discredit Haaland before his big game. But, how would you do that? What kind of rumors could you make up that would discredit him? I mean, you physically see him play the game, so it's kind of hard to just say he's bad at it or something. Getting shiny over here. The UK people are coping. Did you see? Was it Mexico where they were beeping their horns and stuff outside of the hotel that the England players were playing at to try and give themselves an advantage? It's I was just thinking about how many other people were staying in that hotel who were just completely innocent. There's families and shit in there. And didn't Mexico still lose after trying to nerf them? So not only did they beat them, but they beat them on no sleep. That has to be humiliating. I feel like my favorite part of this, though, is that Trump did some corruption, and he, put pressure on them to unred card some guy. He got red card, and typically you're not allowed to play again if you get a red card. But Trump was like, "Nuh-uh," about, his US, their strongest US player got red carded, and he was like, "Nuh-uh," and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Trump, here you go," and they fixed it, and they're like, "We're gonna take back the red card," and then Trump literally stood there and said, "Yeah, I called them, and I don't really understand football, and I don't really know what was going on, and I didn't understand the red card, but after I learned what the red card meant, I was like, that's not very fair, so I had to give them a call and make sure that they didn't do that to him," you know? And it's that removes all the legitimacy of the game if, politicians can just pull the strings on these decisions. Yeah, it just means that they lost all credibility. The USA cheated and still lost to Belgium. I feel like that is very poetic, though. But if they had won, everybody would have said that this discredits their win. So it was a lose-lose situation for the US team after that, to be honest with you. I love you, you slut. It feels weird because I know that there are YouTube viewers and they're probably just seeing me dance to nothing because they don't know there's music. What about Argentina versus Egypt? I know nothing about that. To be honest with you, everything I've learned about football has been against my will. I don't really watch football. I don't really know much about football. But all of this has come up on the news and it's been hilarious to follow. Like, I didn't know that, I had no idea that the Dragon Ball Z guy, the Haaland guy, actually existed. And I thought he played for Holland. And when they were going, Haaland, that they were just taking the piss out of his accent or something. I didn't realize that was actually his name. I've only seen videos of him eating. Is he a competitive eater as well? Apparently, male penguins are proposed to the females by finding the prettiest pebble they can find. I don't know why I struggle to say that so much, but like a funny fact about that, actually, bitch. The reason we call giving people random videos pebbling is after penguins. So like if you see a video and it makes you think of a friend, so you send it to the friend, you're pebbling them. It's a low interaction. You're not really putting a lot of words into the interaction. You're just giving them a shiny pebble. You know, I saw this, I thought of you. I'm going to use it as a point of connection, as a bid for connection, right? So you pebble people. And sometimes people pebble too hard and you send like 50 videos before the next person responds. And that can be really irritating for some people, you know, especially if they turn around and don't watch all of the videos you send. Yeah, pebbling. Literally named after the penguins. This is how I send Instagram reels. I've never received any Instagram reels from you, Wheezy. I've only received cat pictures, but they're very high quality cat pictures, so thank you. My wife loves me giving her pebbles, literally. I do feel like a lot of people love pebbles. You know what's really cute? I went to the museum near me recently, and there was like a 7,000-year-old fossil. And obviously it was millions of years older than that. The reason why it was dated as like 7,000 years old is because they dug it out of like a burial place. I think it was 7K. It might have been 5K. It was either 5 or 7K. And basically, some lady who'd been buried, she was buried with all her favorite fossils, and she'd been collecting these interesting rocks. And obviously, back then, they had no idea what fossils were. And to be honest with you, it was kind of an ambiguous fossil. It's not like you could tell what animal it used to be, right? I think it was like a coral fossil or something. So basically, it was just a fossil with an interesting pattern on it. That's all it was to this person. They had no idea that this was a living thing ages ago, and it's the imprint, the death mask, or something that was lived. It just looked interesting and very different, and so she liked it. She collected it, and they put it in her they buried her with her favorite pebbles. $5,000 years ago. That's so sweet. Not gonna lie. It's giving me an idea though, because my mom, a lot of her prized possessions are fossils and rocks that she found on the beach. I'm very, very tempted to bring them to her grave and just place them all on her grave, because I think she'd be really pissed at me if I threw them away. But they're not like really high value fossils. And I do have my own pebbles, and I feel like my house would be crammed with pebbles if I kept them all, but I haven't had the heart to throw them away. So maybe I could just bring them back to her. Won't people steal them if you put them around her grave? I kind of feel like I said they're not worth anything. They're not like the kinds of fossils you'd buy in the store. She was a geologist, so she could just recognize when something was an imprint of an animal or a plant, but that doesn't make them impressive enough that most people would look at these stones and really not know what they were. They would just look like stones. So I have strong doubts that anyone would take them. But to be honest with you, if somebody did take them, it would mean that somebody else got to enjoy them. So to be honest with you, I don't think I'd be that mad. My mom would be pissed, but I wouldn't be. If it was a kid, she wouldn't, I don't think. No, you don't know my mom. If it was a kid, she'd hate it even more. The geology department at some universities might like the stones. Like I said, they're not like really amazing specimens, you know? Actually, a lot of like museums and places like that generally have loads already. But there'll be ones that she just liked because she knew they were fossils, so she picked them up. Not because they were like fossils that the average person would enjoy or like particularly rare specimens. I don't think any of them are those. Yeah, they just meant a lot to her. Important question, what's your height? I'm 5'2", which is pretty average for the UK. We're all short over here. It's really scary going to the US for the first time and looking up at people and be like, what the fuck are you people eating? Like, I know people who could just touch the ceiling without tiptoeing, without a ladder or anything. It's crazy. Milk and beef. Yeah, but we have those in the UK, sweetheart. Lots of people eat that. And they're still short as fuck. Like, the average height for a dude is pretty low here in the UK. People are small here, right? Tall is not very tall. Like, to be a tall guy, the bar is low here in the UK. But I feel like maybe it's because you put all those steroids in your cows that maybe you're just getting second-hand growth hormones and steroids. Because you put loads of growth hormones that are like, we've regulated them, we banned them. Well, when we were part of the EU, they were banned. I think they're trying to lift those bans here in the UK now, which is scary. But like, there's loads of things that you have in your food that we don't. And I'm beginning to wonder if the growth hormones in your meat and milk and your chickens and stuff, I wonder if that's part of the reason you're all bloody giants. Growth hormones, vaccines, and GMO feed. So I've got a question about GMO because I learned about GMO and like I understand that people are angry with it and scared of eating it. But when I looked into it, I was like, that makes a fuck ton of sense, actually. Why wouldn't we do that? So examples are, so you genetically modify them. So you're changing their genes. And to be fair, we've had a version of this for hundreds of years. So we have selectively bred to modify the gene. We use selective breeding and things like this and grafting and stuff like that to modify plants in an unnatural way. And we turned carrots bright yellow. Carrots used to be thin strands of white, and now they're these thick, bright yellow things. And that is an example of like how we would modify these foods over time, even before GMO was really truly a thing. So modifying a gene in a plant so it grows to be bigger isn't going to necessarily make it dangerous to you. It's kind of like that doesn't mean it has any extra components that are bad for you specifically. But one of the things it does that I'm like, maybe we should have GMO is specifically making them resistant to pests. So one of the scary mass extinction things that could happen to us as a species dick is not dick. It's dick. It's dick. It's when we fuck. It's when fuck. It's fuck off. It's fuck off. It's So we grow all these crops. We're heavily reliant on these crops, and we spray them with pesticides to control the pests. And every year, the pests are evolving to be more like resistant to the poison. We're getting spray resistant bugs and things like this. So every year they eat more and more of the crops, and we have to spray the crops more and more, which poisons us and poisons the land. And so one of the great mass extinctions we're facing is either the bugs will out-evolve the things we can safely put on the food, and they'll eat all the food, and we will have food shortages, and it will cause mass hunger and starvation. Or we'll have to put more and more toxic shit on our food, and it will poison the land, kill all the insects. The insects will then die out, and then we won't have any food because there are no pollinators. So either way, this arms race of pesticides versus bugs is actually really dangerous to the planet and humanity as we know it, and it could cause a mass extinction of humans and many other species with it, right? So we have to come up with a solution. And when you genetically modify the crop to be resistant to the bugs, so the bugs are eating less of it, that doesn't necessarily make it poison. It reduces the amount of poison that we eat, and it reduces the amount of poison we put into the land. So if anything, it helps protect the bugs and helps protect us, because everything in the plant that is different is completely organic in a way. Like it's not organic by the, by the food standard, but it's like it's not a poison, and it's not like the antithesis of us. It's not some synthetic thing that's going to poison us by comparison. And so I'm like, that makes sense. That protects us against global hunger. That protects our planet. It protects us from pesticides. Like, that seems like a smart thing to do. Did you know that statistically the average height in the UK for men and women is taller than the US? The UK is getting statistically taller than the US for a few years now. What do you mean? Define a few years, because that's a great update if it's true. But do you reckon that corresponds with the time that we stopped banning like all the same steroids and growth hormones that you had? Is this like a post-Brexit thing? Because that'd be fucking hilarious. Yeah, it does. I don't really think that GMOs are inherently bad either. I mean, I think that the fears are genuinely legitimate. I think that they weren't tested long term on their impact on the human body for long enough and well enough before they were established in our food. I think that's kind of reckless. I do think that you should take policies to be careful and much more cautious with things like that. Abso-fucking-lutely. But I think that a lot of the main fears around GMO are a lack of knowledge, rather just people who don't know what it means, rather than it actually being genuinely because of the dangers it presents. I think it's a lot like when people are scared of toxins and chemicals in their food, but literally everything is a chemical. Everything is chemical. All natural things are a chemical, right? So like water is a chemical, for example. So chemicals aren't actually dangerous or bad for you. Humans are chemicals. We're all chemicals. So understanding a chemical's impact is where the danger lies, And a lot of people don't know that. And also, just because something's synthetic doesn't mean that it's dangerous to you either. Sometimes it is because it's synthetic, but sometimes it's completely fine and safe. And the fact that it's synthetic doesn't mean anything at all. Like with taurine. You can make synthetic taurine and it's fine. It's good for you. It's not a problem. It's good for cats. Oh, so it's not that we got buffed, it's that America got nerfed, according to Peaks. He's saying it happened since 2016. We've been taller than the States. I've never seen that, though. When I go to the local supermarket, it's full of short bastards like me. Historically, we've been short for many hundreds of years, if not a couple of thousand, if not 3,000, many thousands of years. We've had short little buggers here. But, over in the US, you go over there and you will see giants. Like, I've never seen an English sports team that is like twice the size of me. Like, they borderline on like small titans from Attack on Titan. Like, they are like the lowest class of Titan size in America. You don't get that. We would not be able to build a basketball team of like giants with sparesies in case any of them get benched. I don't think we have that many giants in the entirety of the UK. And like people say that men like tallness is like a quality that women are generally attracted to. And I feel like I've joked about that in the past, but to be quite honest with you, I don't know that it's as important as people make it out to be. Because like I've seen plenty of short kings with taller girlfriends, and to be honest, one of the things I've noted about that, the men look happy as fuck. There's something about a short king with a tall woman where he just looks like he's right where he's always wanted to be. Like sometimes you look at couples and you'll see them and they hate each other and they call each other the old ball and chain and stuff like that. And you're like, are you okay? And they just make snide remarks about each other and they just look genuinely unhappy. And they're like, it looks like the kind of relationship where they don't feel like they could get with anyone else. And it's this or loneliness. And they've just chosen this because otherwise they'd have to be with themselves. Ugh. But like, you see a short guy with a taller woman, they always have a giant smile on their face. I don't know what that is. And now I've told you, you're never going to be able to unsee it. Every time you see a picture of a short guy with a tall woman, look at his face. They look like the happiest people alive. And I wonder what that's about. I wonder why. I mean, I'm not, it's fine. I'm not like, how would that make sense? I mean, they're in a relationship. Normally relationships make you happy. They just look especially happy for an unbeknownst reason. And if I ever see a short king in the wild with a giant girlfriend, I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna be like, why are the shortest men always so happy with their girlfriends? What is that? They're secure. Maybe. But I've never really seen height as like an attractive quality, especially like people could be attractive at any height for me. I don't give a shit about height. I don't. It doesn't really mean anything to me. And like, I feel like there are perks to dating someone the same size as you. There are perks to dating someone taller than you. There are perks to dating someone shorter than you. It's the same, just with different perks. That's all. That's it. I don't really feel like there's much of a downside to any of them. And a lot of guys say they want a short woman, but then when you really get to know them and you get a few drinks in, you'll find out that a lot of them want the aggressive schnoo from a giant Amazon woman, and that it's actually a way more common fantasy than people make it out to be. And I feel like a lot of guys who are like, I like a small, dainty woman, if a big, butch lady who was like twice their size and kind of muscular, and had a little bit of a deep voice, they'd still say yes. I know at least 6 men I could think of, right? I could name them, right? I can think of at least who say they're into smaller women, but I just know if a bigger woman asked them out, they'd go, yes, immediately, straight away. So I feel like these standards of like, women should be smaller and men should be bigger are kind of weird. Like, I don't think they're as rigid as society makes them out to be, which is sad. Not because I want like short kings to be oppressed or anything like that. I'm not like, hey, they're not getting enough hate. It's literally that like a lot of guys are insecure about their height because they think it's going to make them struggle with women. And I feel like it does things to a man. I really do. You can tell when a guy's insecure about his height, but all the guys that I've ever met, they're insecure about their height. They shouldn't. Like, they seem like actually dateable, attractive, lovely, friendly guys. Genuinely, with a good sense of humor. These guys seem nice, but they genuinely think that they're not going to get a date because they're short. And to be honest, I feel like it psychs them out. I think that they genuinely stop themselves. I think that their mentality and the world that they create in their head start, like, people sometimes only really manifest what they think they deserve. So if you think you're not going to get a date, it can actually reduce your chances of getting a date. You seem very confident in all things. Do you ever ask questions or express genuine curiosity? Or is that too much like being weak? Okay, so I think everyone should have an ego, but you can build a negative one. So your ego is just your concept of self. It's not a bad thing. It's not something that makes you cocky or crass or anything. It's just how you define yourself. It's how you describe yourself. It's your sense of identity. That is an ego. It's a construct. And quite often, your ego, your idea of yourself, isn't entirely accurate. Usually you have blind spots where you don't spot certain things about you that need working on or aren't so great. Like maybe you think you're more honest than you actually are because you don't really pay attention to how much you lie. Certain things like that, right? So me asking questions has never been like in conflict with my ego, my sense of self. So people who would think I'm being weak or I seem weak if I ask for directions are idiots and they're just going to get lost. But I know that everyone is kind of dumb. Everyone, you can't know everything there is to know. Our brains are tiny and not equipped to know everything there is to know. So we're all stupid. We're all several times more stupid than we think we are. Most people think they're reasonable, intelligent, and have a good sense of morality, and that's wrong. Most of us are kind of fucked up and dumb. And with that knowledge, I think that people are an opportunity because they've gained a whole lifetime of life experience that I didn't get to from a perspective I'll never have. So everyone is a treasure trove of shit I don't know. Even people I don't like, even people I think are dumb, even people that I don't agree with, all know something I don't. So I'm never afraid to ask questions. I ask questions a lot. And I take an interest in people and everything about them and the reasons why they're doing things and what they know about the world and stuff like this. And I just ask all the time. And I love asking as well. And I like seeing people light up when you take an interest in their thing, as well. Asking things ignites passion. It's not a form of weakness. It's actually a really awesome form of connection. So no, I'm a curious being and I always have been. And never once has my idea of myself been in conflict with my desire to ask some shit. I think it's fucking hilarious when people won't admit when they're lost and will not ask for directions, even if they've been dying of dehydration, lost in the woods for like 5 days. And then someone comes up to them and goes, "Nice walk in the woods." And I'm like, yeah, I know where I am. Those people are dumb. That is more embarrassing than asking a question. And that's weaker than asking a question because, like, you are too scared. Like, you are so obsessed with your sense of approval and how you appear in other people's heads. You're so obsessed with that you're willing to hurt yourself. That is spineless behavior. So, if anything, I think that it's weak to not ask questions out of fear of what people would think of you. You are dumb. Embrace it. There isn't any way to not look dumb. One day you're going to push a pull door in front of everybody. You're never going to be able to hold up that facade for long. Embrace the things you don't know. It's fun to learn new shit. Ask questions. Who the fuck is getting lost in 2026? That's such a good point. People generally usually don't get lost unless their phone dies. I don't mean to brag, but I know how to use paper maps and shit. And a compass and all those things. So I'll be fine even if there's a technological downfall. But I remember when SatNav first came out. Do you remember when SatNav was really new and people were literally letting it direct them into rivers? Like there are multiple people, mainly in the US to be fair, who drove into rivers or lakes because their SatNav told them to. Do you remember that? You're saying, oh my God, what? No, that was a genuine thing. I shit you not. It was always in the news. It happened every few days, I swear. When SatNav was new, it was driving them off of cliffs and into water, into the sea and shit. And they were genuinely following the SatNav, going, I don't know about this. And it was just going, go forward, straight on for 200 miles. And they would literally go. And it makes me think of AI now because people are using it as a therapist and this and that and developing obsessions with it and misunderstanding the world because it's telling them some bullshit. This is exactly like SatNav. Like the early days of SatNav, the SatNav used to troll and fuck you over constantly, and AI is doing the same for now. I reckon they'll refine it. I reckon it will get better. But there are jobs for psychologists. A lot of places have lost jobs to AI, but psychologists are more in demand because AI, even though it's a language model that doesn't really feel, they are getting psychosis and they are getting mental health conditions, not because they feel the mental health conditions, but because they develop exactly the same behaviors as certain kinds of mental health disorders, and malfunction because of it. So they are now looking for psychologists to unpack why a language model would do that. AI has taken over. I don't know if it's taking over so much as it's just reducing our brain activity. Like, you have demonstrably less brain activity while using AI than if you use, say, a search engine like Google. And both of those are significantly less brain activity than reading a book or doing study without either of those two resources, right, to help you. And so, like, there is a whole generation that has been progressively to panic level, getting stupider every single year. And Gen Z is like the most fucked population imaginable. For the first time in history, we are regressing, and the youngest generation is less intelligent than the one that came before it. Usually, it's been a slow arc, and we've been getting smarter and smarter. Woo! I have cheese, and now we have cheese. We have dick. We have cheese. We have a whole generation that is stupider than the ones that came before them. So I don't think it's taking over because there will come a point where people are heavily reliant on it but don't know how it works. If this continues, if we continue on this trend, nobody will be intelligent enough to maintain AI. So it will cause a natural collapse to become reliant on it. It's definitely taking a toll. Yeah, there are 16-year-olds who have worse reading capacity than a 10-year-old, than an average 10-year-old. So yeah, we are regressing in our capacity for critical thinking, literacy, and reading different things. But royally fucked is the headline. Royally fucked. Brain damaged. Lobotomized. Also, growing up on iPads has done some damage too. Like, the iPad kids are pretty fucked. We're gonna watch documentaries about it. In like 5 to 10 years, there's definitely gonna be documentaries about the regression of this more recent generation. And I don't know if it can be fixed. I don't know if we can fix the fucked generation or if we're just gonna have to endure them. Because like, we thought we had to endure boomers, right? So boomers scared the fuck out of us because they were like, oh no, the Karens, they're gonna kick us off of our lawn. They're selfish. They hate us. They raised their children terribly. You know, the generation who like children should be seen and not heard and were mean. And like, we didn't like them and we thought, wow, that generation's terrible. And now we have these newer generations that are just being born who are getting worse and worse. They're extremist. We got the incels doing school shootings over not being chosen for a date, getting porn addicts who are starting watching porn aged 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So consuming it really young, getting porn-induced erectile dysfunction, being chronically lonely, losing all their social skills, gooning all day. And gooning has become a subculture. There are people who goon together. There are subreddits for people who find friends to bond over the fact that they're gooning 26 times a day, injuring their pieces over it, you know? And so, like, we have, like, these really new phenomenon that are kind of, like, low-key lobotomizing us to some degree and causing, like, irreparable psychological and mental and neurological damage all at once. And we're just watching them try to life, and they can't even read anything. It will stick with me forever. When I saw the video of the kid opening a book and doing this on the book to try and zoom in on the pages, and he kept trying over and over, like, really close to the page, like, I mean, first of all, get your kids some fucking glasses. They're trying to zoom in. Like, clearly this person needs to go to Specsavers. But secondly, fuck. Fuck. And like kids also trying to swipe on photo albums as well. That's another one. So like parents are showing photo albums, like family photo albums, and the kids are like opening it once and just trying to do this to flick to the next picture instead of turning the fucking page. Gen Alpha. Is that the one that this is a big problem? How old is Gen Alpha? I know Gen Z was like a problem. Like they were getting really fucked by some of this. I know like the little toddlers and babies and like 10-year-olds now will be even worse. Is that Gen Alpha? How old? Are they like 3 to 4? Oh, I'm so scared for them. Because we have all this new technology, but we weren't prepared for how it affected our brains. This has happened with every technological revolution, right? So we had lead in everything. And it took fucking ages for us to realize that it was damaging people's brains. And even then, the people who realized first were the corporations selling leaded shit. So they just covered it up for as long as possible and denied all the damage that they were causing for decades. And when scientists tried to blow the whistle, they discredited the scientists and tried to bury it, okay? It created a lack of faith in science for ages when stuff like this started to happen. Paid experts scared the shit out of a whole generation, and people stopped trusting things like vaccines because of it. It really did some long-term damage. So like we had the lead, we had cigarettes and things like this. We had alcohol. There was a time where people didn't know that drinking while pregnant was bad. Suck that in. Alcohol has been around for thousands upon thousands of years. And we only recently figured out you shouldn't do that while pregnant. We've had loads of developments where we've excelled at something and improved something, and it has brain damaged us. And we just haven't known for ages, and then it was covered up, and then it was finally whistleblown. And we're getting that with AI. But from the get-go, it is now like people are whistleblowing it. Like, I feel like from day one, we've been like, hey, this probably isn't a good idea, and this might be bad for us. What is this graph? Oh, is it just telling me what there is, like Gen Alpha, Gen Z, Gen Y, or millennials, Gen X, baby boomers, and the silent generation? I see. Why were they called the silent generation? Every elderly person I've ever met can't shut the fuck up. Like the amount of times I've heard, back in my day, you know, they talk and talk and talk, which is fine. We should hear what the elders have to say. But like, I've never met a silent elderly person. Why are they called the silent generation? Because they never talked about the wars? Really? Is that really why? The point is that most people are scared of Gen Z when it's mostly Gen Alpha that is fucked. I see. Well, thank you. So those people were born since like 2013 to the mid 2020s is Gen Alpha. And yeah, they're being screwed by technology. Absolutely brain damaged by it. Really scary. And like teachers are complaining about it, and they're complaining for loads of different reasons. Like teachers are complaining that loads of kids are huge fans of Andrew Tate, and that like red pill content's really popular among young boys. And the issue with that is that a lot of them won't listen to female teachers and heavily disrespect them and walk out and just throw things at them and stuff. And they're like, I can't teach boys anymore because the misogyny is too excessive now. I used to be able to teach boys, but they won't learn from me. And the thing about that is most teachers are female. Like the females are a very dominant force in like in children's education. So that really does fuck a whole generation of young boys. And like a lot of boys are falling behind. And when women were falling behind, nobody did anything. People just thought it was natural that boys would excel. But now women are excelling, and they're doing several times better than boys at every stage of education, every single one, including university. Primary school to university, women are excelling. And like people are like, what can we do to help the boys? They're falling behind. And I do think that like teachers have been screaming about the red pill content for quite a while, but not enough is being done about it. And then on top of that, we have this huge, huge influx of AI. And it's like, how do you account for it? There are people in tears because their papers are being thrown out because they're considered most likely to be AI, even when they've worked on them and they've genuinely made the paper because it's not reliable. So like if you use things like the M dash or whatever it is, people go AI instantly. Nobody uses M dash or whatever the fuck it is. So like punctuation and stuff like that, your writing style could completely illegitimize all of your work that you've done for months on a project or whatever, because the way that they scan for AI isn't entirely accurate, but AI is banned, so they scan for it. That's got to be infuriating. It's got to be absolutely fucking devastating, especially if you don't have enough time to retake it or anything like that. If you don't get that opportunity, that fucks with it. So yeah, there's loads of issues we're facing right now because we're in this teething stage of adjusting to AI. You know, the clankers be wilding. I think that's a very short way of putting it. But I've been really interested in watching all of this because I'm going to age. I'm going to need a care at some point. One thing that I've learned about old age since looking after my mom as she passed from cancer and going to dementia wards and old folk homes and stuff is that there is a spectrum of how your age will impact you. I saw it at the old folks' homes. They have a tiered system. So I drove up to this old folks' home and there were like these rows of little mini bungalows with cute little gardens. And there was a little old man hosing down his driveway as I went into this place, right? And I thought, this is really scenic and sunny and idyllic and beautiful. And then you get into the main facility and there's a lower level full of elderly people who just kind of seem zoned out. They just seem zonked. They almost looked like they'd been drugged or whatever. They were just sat in like hospital beds, like raised beds with like electronic things that go up and down and stuff, right? And they're just watching TV in a bare yellow room with like a seat next to their bed, and they would just spend all day in there. And if they felt like getting up, they could go into the cafeteria and get some food from the chef. And like they were taken care of, and there was like a living room area that people could go to play board games and shit, right? And then above that tier was people with slightly higher needs than that, you know, people who, you know, need a little bit of help moving around and stuff like that. And above that was another ward for the people with dementia. And everything had been sunny and kind of like yellow tinted, kind of like the back room's yellow. Everything was like this warm color. It was like bright and sunny, airy. The elderly people seemed pretty chill about their lives. And then the dementia unit, everyone was screaming. You walk in, it reeks of piss immediately. There's someone walking back and forward going, help me, help me, help me, help me. I walk into the room that my mom was going to be put in, and like this person with dementia wandered into the doorway and just went blah 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 blah, and just was garbling at us, not saying any real words for quite a while. And we were just looking at each other awkwardly, and the carer came in and went, oh yeah, that's her name, that's Amy. She comes and says hello to everyone. But she did that every few minutes. She was just doing her rounds over and over and over again, right? There was a person who was screaming for help because they were going to soil themselves. They were like, I need help, I need a poo, I really need to go now, somebody help me. And there was two nurses just ignoring her, right? And she shouted over and over and over and over again. And then she went, oh, it's happening. And she cried and she pooped herself. And then the two nurses finally came in and had a go at her for pooping herself, and then took her to go and be cleaned because she couldn't clean herself. I walked past a room where there was a lady strapped to the bed. She could not move. And I was like, holy shit. And there was so many people. I looked it up because I went away thinking, fuck, is that just like a really terrible place? Is that like a really, really bad place? If I just sent my mom to the bad place, is that? And I Googled it, and apparently this is all incredibly normal. Like when you have dementia, you forget who you are and you forget where you are, and you go, help me a lot. Like when you go to dementia units, quite a lot of people suddenly just are panicked because it's for them. They've just been teleported somewhere. They don't know where they are. They don't know who anyone is or why they're there. That's terrifying, right? So it's incredibly common to hear that. And like, yeah, everything about the place was horrifying. And I was like, these people are completely reliant on these carers, and their life is a horror movie, right? And so there's a spectrum of old age, and how well you take care of yourself plus genetics defines like the last 20, 30 years of your life, which is a long time. That's almost my entire lifetime now, right? And you're going to be dependent on people. I'm going to be dependent on fucking Gen Alpha. That's where this is going. I'm going to need Gen Alpha to wipe my ass. I look in horror because it's like you can sit there and go, "Ha that doesn't affect me. I'm a content creator. I don't even have to work with any of you. I don't have to train any of you. I don't have to watch you be too dumb to do basic tasks. I don't have to engage with any of you. I don't even have to leave my house." But I will one day need these people to feed me and take care of me and clean my room and shit. And there won't be very many of them. They'll be stretched really thin because the population is declining. Because millennials watched their boomer parents be really miserable parenting and they're like, fuck that. Or they want to have kids and can't fucking afford it, right? And so, like, we're not going to have very many kids. So there isn't going to be very many workers. So you're going to have like 2 Gen Alpha people to every like few hundred people in a care home. And, like, care homes are understaffed now. Like, there was, like, 30 odd, 40 odd people in that dementia unit and, like, 2 or 3 nurses on, like, that I saw. Maybe there was more, but it looked like there was just 2 or 3 nurses in there. And it wasn't enough. Let's be positive, tech and robots will save us. Yes, that was where I was going next is, so are we gonna make the robots take care of us, and are they gonna be any good? And are we gonna know the difference? Like, there is surgery coming out to completely correct your vision and things like this. I mean, there has been LASIK, but there's more developments now, so even more people than ever are having blindness reversed and also, like, getting their eyesight improved and things like this. It would be kind of a blessing not to be able to tell that a robot was taking care of you, though. To be able to talk the ears off of a bloody robot and have no idea that Billy doesn't care. He doesn't even have a brain. Like, I think that would genuinely be helpful if you couldn't tell. I think it will be like that. I hope so. I mean, we're trying to make androids like really realistic for like sex robots. I feel like that's where most of the funding is going because like dude bro techno billionaires have way too much influence on where we direct the future. But I do think that the secondary effect of having like super hyper realistic androidy kind of robots is that, yeah, it would probably make care homes a nicer experience, much nicer experience. But you think Gen Alpha Billy has no brain and doesn't care. So what's the what does it make? Well, because there's a difference between being dumb and being artificial. There's a reason why Gen Alpha is increasingly becoming very single and struggling. No, maybe not Gen Alpha, but like Gen Z definitely are getting less and less desirable and more lonely. And people are like ChatGPT and Zora AI and things like that, they're getting sexier. More and more people are trying to date their AI companions. People are talking dirty to Alexa. I'm newly single male and dating apps depress the hell out of me. Yeah, I've never really used dating apps to get with people. That's never how any of my relationships start. But from what I've seen of them, I can see why they're really challenging for people and why they really upset people. Like, as well, the whole business model isn't really, they don't benefit from you ever matching with anyone. The longer you're on the app, the more months you pay for and the more money they make. So you should never really trust an industry with your money that benefits from not doing the exact service they're doing for you. So like a lot of shampoo companies have gotten in trouble because they put components in the shampoos that make you lose your hair and make it thinner and duller, because then you'll buy more of the shampoo and conditioner. Right. And there's been loads of scandals with that, but it applies to almost anything. Insurance, they benefit from not paying you when you need them. So they find ways to worm their way out of having to actually give you your money back if anything happens. So like you should be wary of any industry that benefits specifically from not doing what they promise to do. And that's why I feel like a lot of dating apps are really, really bad for you. I don't know if any of you agree. Gen Z is statistically the loneliest generation. It's nearly half of people surveyed said that they felt lonely recently. That's so dark. And that's crazy when you think like there's never been this many people on the planet ever. This is the most people living the most densely. You see hundreds more people a day sometimes just walking in a city or hopping on a train than a human 1,000 years ago would have seen in their entire lifetime. And yet we're lonelier. Do you like trains? Kinda. I don't like them as much as my granddad, though. He loves trains. He has loads of miniature trains on little tracks. He has like a whole village and the trains move and stuff, like a miniature one. And he paints like photorealistic steam train paintings, and they're incredible paintings. They're so good. And he's always been a train spotter, and he's been on like every railway system in the entirety of the UK many times. And he loves his steam trains. And back when he was young, he used to actually work on real steam trains. Like they were just steam trains when he was a youngster. Those were just the trains. He's a dedicated train head. He really is, and he used to take all of his kids out train spotting with him. So there's like an old 70s video of my mom where she's like, "Please, Dad, I really need a wee. I really need to go over," like, he's like, "Oh, the train's coming," and like the train starts to come, and then he has to pan over to her. He's like, "Please, Dad." So I don't think that his kids really enjoyed train spotting as much as he did. I don't think it ran in the family. I don't know any other train enthusiasts in the entire family. It's just him. Do you want to have kids? No. I'm never having kids. Very happy not to. But like granddad, he got a grandson recently, and he thought he always wanted a boy, and then he met and hung out with his grandson, and he loves his grandson. But he's like, you know what? I think I was lucky not to have any boys. Like he's realized that. Only took him to his 80s. Hi, Fedez. Thank you so much. Why never have kids though? I feel like I get asked that a lot, and I feel like male streamers don't get asked that a lot, and I feel like it's a waste of my time to justify a decision that I don't have to justify to anyone. So I'm kind of tempted to make a YouTube video about it, just saying why all the reasons I'll never have kids. Just so that I can just point it to it so I don't get asked it several times a stream. I think it's more considered acceptable to ask women why they wouldn't have kids than men, which I find is utterly bizarre. I don't think anyone should have to justify it. I feel like people should have to justify having kids because it's a huge decision, and someone's entire future and well-being hangs in the future. In that decision, in your capacity to follow through on that. So many people have kids thinking they want them, and then they abandon them, or they do a really shit job, or they let them down. And I feel like that is so much worse than somebody just never having kids at all. I think if someone goes, "If I don't want kids," you're just like, okay, and you move on. But if someone goes, "Yeah, I really want kids," some people want kids the way that kids want a pet. And it's like they're not going to really take care of it or take responsibility or do a good job with it. They're not really developed enough to have one yet. But hopefully somebody else will just do all the hard work. And I feel like that's really dangerous. So I feel like people should really be thinking about the justifications for why they do have kids. I think they should think it through really carefully. But I'm fine with people being parents. I'm fine with people having kids. So happy for them when they're happy parents. Like one of my friends that I knew for ages had a kid, and I never met their kid. But I recently got in contact with them again, and we hung out, and they're so happy to be a parent, and they love being a parent. They're so proud of their kid, and they're telling me everything about their kid, and their whole house is oriented around children. It has like loads of toys everywhere, and like everything is super safe for kids and everything. And like you can tell that this parent fucking loves their kid, and everything about that is beautiful. I think parenthood is fine. I encourage people, if you want to do that with your life, you go do it. I'm not like anti-kids, but I just don't want one. And I think that's the best decision for me. And I think some people have been taught that the only thing you have to, that it's a part of being successful in life and that your worth is tied to it. And I think all of that is a lie. I think you could be a wonderful person and contribute so much to humanity, even contribute more life to humanity, whether you have kids or not. Like the person who found chemotherapy for cancer contributed more human life than any parent has ever done in the human history, ever. Right? Because they contributed to more people surviving and existing than any parent physically ever could. So there are ways to contribute to contribute life and to make your mark and to leave a legacy if that's your thing, that don't involve kids. So that's not the only route to that thing. And I think like you don't have to be a bad person to not want a kid or anything like that. And I feel like some people should have just said, I don't want kids. And they had kids anyway. And that is such a devastating and cruel decision. That is horrible, right? So I think when people say, I don't want kids, they are actually doing something really smart and responsible. Because press one if you know someone who shouldn't have had kids, but had kids anyway. Somebody who definitely shouldn't be a parent or in charge of a little life. Because that is something that absolutely exists. Exactly. I feel like most people have met someone like that, right? So isn't it awesome when people go, no, I shouldn't be a parent, and just never do that? Shouldn't we be celebrating those people? Shouldn't we be happy for them that they're self-aware enough to make that decision? Yeah. Me, when I have a kid, just to throw them in daycare until they're 4 and then throw them in school until they're 18 and then wonder why they don't like me when they get older. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very easy for a parent to never really know or see much of their kid. What if a stray kid finds you like a stray cat? I don't think that you're allowed to just pick up kids for free off the street. I think that might actually be a crime. You're not just meant to just yoink them and just look around and be like, well, I don't see an owner anywhere. I guess you're coming home with me. I'm pretty sure that's just abduction. And there's like a whole adoption process that happens when a stray kid happens. And usually what they do is track down the parents. You can't just like leave candy out on your doorstep and just take in whoever comes and gets it. Like, kids can't just move into your house because they're like, you have a warmer fireplace and better food. I'm living here now. They're not like cats. I recently found out that people have kids to look after them in their old age. I feel like that's a really mean and selfish thing to do because I wouldn't want to bring someone into this world just to obligate them to wipe my ass someday. I feel like I would rather put all of the time and energy. Kids cost hundreds of thousands of pounds to raise to adulthood. So why don't you just put that money into a fund instead and use that fund to pay a carer who literally designed their whole life around being excited to help elderly people? I feel like that would be a much more reasonable way to deal with your adult life, whether you have kids or not, is to save up for a carer. Because it's a gamble. Some kids will grow up and hate you, resent you, and not take care of you. There's no dead cert behind that. You know, if you're paying for that service, you're going to get the service, right? So you should never try to bring someone into the world just for free carer. It's the worst reason to have a kid. I think you should have kids for cool reasons. You know, maybe you have a really awesome last name and you really are fine around kids. Maybe you've been a teacher for years and you really look forward to working with the kids and you really love teaching people new things and guiding them and raising them, and it's something that you love, and having the sound of children, like laughter and stuff, really feels homely and good to you, and like maybe that you want that in your life and in your home, and you want to raise people and protect and care for them, and you have all of this free time and energy when you come home, and you would just love to give that to a little person. Like, if you're that kind of person, that would be good reasons to raise a child. I reckon if you said shit like that, I'd be like, yeah, that's gonna be a good parent, you know? But if you're just like, I want a legacy, you fucking idiot. Just scratch your name in a fucking rock. Small schnitzel, thanks, by the way. I appreciate the time. Not for selfish reasons. Exactly. But like part of it for me is just not wanting to pass on a bunch of health conditions as well. But to be honest with you, I know I'm called Sweet Anita and everything. People like to call me nice, but I don't like children. I'll be nice to the children, but I've never looked at a situation and thought this would be better if there were kids here. Never. Like, I watched them screaming and throwing tantrums in the supermarket and snotting on their hands and wiping it on things and stuff. I've never looked at a kid and gone, God, I wish I had one of those in my life. Never seen a kid do anything that has made me think, wow, I would love a kid. Not one single thing. If I was playing computer games and some kid came in and poked me to go and make them chicken nuggets, I'd hate it. You know, I'd hate changing diapers. Absolutely hate it. I would hate to answer a kid and then keep going, why? But why? But why? But why is that? Over, 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 over. You have to go to bed. But why? Because you're a child and you need to sleep. But why? Why do you need to sleep? We're humans. Most animals need to sleep. But why? Like, I know you need to know things, but shut the fuck up. Perhaps your kid would be different. You can't generalize it too easy. But like, there's a 99% chance that is just how most kids are. So why would it gamble it? If you do it, there's a good chance it will become an average kid, doing average kid things. And I don't think average kids deserve to be hated for that. That's just how kids are. I'm sure I was like that as well as a kid. And so, like, why would I be like, well, I'll just do it anyway and hope that it will just be a special alien child that just sits and stares at everything and does nothing and never spreads any germs and never asks any questions? Like, why would I do that? What kind of idiot would tear their vagina open to gamble on those odds? Get rid of it if it annoys you? Oh my God. I feel like not having kids is a way more reversible situation than having kids. I would rather, like, not have kids and regret it than have kids and regret it. I think that's really awful. So I'm 36 and not really worried at all. And besides, I've met plenty of people who are child-free at every stage of life, and I'm not looking at it and going, "Oh God, that looks horrible." I met a lot of parents who wish they were child-free, to be honest with you, but I've only met one person who was child-free who wished they had a kid. And what happened with them was they did plan to have a kid, but then they were in a car crash and it damaged them reproductively, and they weren't able to have kids after that. And then they were thinking about adopting, but they didn't want to do that while single. And then they got in a relationship with a guy who already had a few kids and he didn't want any more. So that kind of squashed her last vestige of a hope of having kids, like by adopting. So she just doesn't have any. And it's something that she's kind of sad about, but not something that she can really do much to change. And she still lives a really happy, fulfilling life. Like, she's still really happy. She's like, oh, I just wish I could have had some kids, right? I've met so many people who've had little kids who are like, don't do it to yourself. My life is ruined. I haven't taken a shit by myself in the privacy of my own bathroom in 7 years. I've never known any peace. Sometimes I just crave quiet. sometimes I just stand next to the laundry machine because it drowns out all the other sounds. And I just enjoy not being able to hear children for like 5 minutes before I have to go back to like doing everything for them for the rest of my day and night. And I'm like, oh my God. And they're like, yes, please send help. If you want to babysit them, if you just want to take them for like maybe an hour, maybe a year, anything, please, I'll pay you. I'm like, I'm good. Okay, good luck with that. Fuck. And I've met so many people who are like desperately regretting kids by comparison. But like the only person I know who regrets not having kids is not really desperate or angry or upset about it. Is absolutely fine. They just have cats. And the cats are really fat because they're loved. That's it. That's all that happened. That's why being an uncle is great. I can give them back when I get annoyed. That's perfect. Yeah, I've met quite a few people who have this dynamic where it's like, I'm off the hook. I've got cousins or whatever it is. What is it when like your dad or your mom has siblings and they have kids? Cousins? Is that your cousin? Is that your niece? What is that? First cousins. Okay, so cousins, if you have cousins, you're off the hook. You don't have to worry about genetic legacy because your parents' DNA and your grandparents' DNA has been passed on. They live on biologically in your cousins, okay? So you don't have to worry. Like if you have cousins, that the legacy has been passed on. You don't have to pass on the legacy. Yeah, my sister had kids, so I'm not worried at all. Exactly. I've always been of the opinion it's like I could adopt if I ever get broody, but I've never felt broody. Never once in my life. I've never held a baby and went, oh my God, I wish I had a baby. They're so cute. I've never found a baby cute. Never. Like I find animals cute. They make me go, oh, and I have this warm, fuzzy feeling. I've never had that looking at a baby. Ever. I've never found a baby cute. I don't know why. So the instinct just isn't there. Like, I would protect a baby. If there was a random baby in the street, I'd pick it up and be like, "Oh God, we need to find your parents and get you somewhere safe." Like, I would help a baby in need, but I don't want one. You know? I think you'd grasp the feeling of your own until you've had one of your own, though. Well, you say that, but most people who want a baby like other people's babies too. Like they feel that. Like people I knew a lady, she was obsessed with having kids and she watched baby videos all day and she loved them and she kept sending me baby videos. And I was like, I don't care about these, but it's sweet you thought of me. But like I'm not feeling the thing you're feeling looking at these. There are people who just feel broody, who like babies in general and like looking at them and stuff. They exist. And I'm not one of them. It sounds like you're concerned about your personal space and being affected by the effort it takes of nurturing. No, I think there's much more than that. But I also, like I said, don't think that I have to justify anything. But I feel like that doesn't quite fit everything that I am opposed to about having kids. And that's fine. I feel like there are so many ways that you can contribute to society. Reproduction is not necessarily one of them if you don't want it to be. Like you can contribute in a million different ways, but you choose. And I think it's really good that people get to choose not to have kids these days. That is an option you can take and a valid life decision where things will still turn out okay for you. I have kids, but I don't believe everyone should have one. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I feel the same way, even though I don't have kids. But like, I feel like people, I think like it's really beneficial to have pets. I think that, you know, not every child can be safe around a pet, but I feel like if your kid is sensible enough to have a pet around them, you should get pets and raise them with pets. It teaches them nonverbal communication, emotional intelligence, and the value of serving the greater good and being kind to others, even when there's no actual reward. And it builds a system of sense of responsibility, accountability, protectiveness, and nurturance in a child. It gives them skills on how to take care of others, which will be good because, you know, one day they'll have to take care of their parents possibly, or one day they'll have to take care of their own offspring. And being attuned to somebody else's needs and being able to pay attention to that accurately is a skill that you develop whilst taking care of pets. I think it does have a really profound impact on children to be raised with pets. Get a dog, get a cat, get something that the kid can't kill. Don't get hamsters for children or rabbits. Get an animal that can leave the situation or protect itself so that they're not like vulnerable to the child, because children are stupid and they might accidentally hurt an animal. So like I think, you know, a bigger animal like a cat or a dog is a really good pick for children. I think if I did have kids, I would have had kids and pets at the same time. Yeah, smart idea. And I think it can make you a better person at any age. Like, I think anyone can benefit from having their first pet, no matter what age they are. They have my sole existence for tits for living. Well, I feel like that's kind of beautiful. I can tell that your cats are really well loved, to be honest with you. And I feel like there aren't enough cat guys. You know, you get plenty of guys who are into dogs, but you don't meet very many cat guys. And I feel like, you know, it's a vibe. We love the cat guys. I do feel like guys who have cats are charming in a very specific way. I'm a cat guy. Really? I didn't realize there were so many. How many of you are dudes with a cat? Cat guy. Yeah, press 1 if you're a guy with a cat. Here, I have Bengals. Oh, nice. Lots of cat guys. I love that. I absolutely love that. I only get rescues. I've never ever really thought about getting pet shop animals, except maybe the cockroaches, you know, but that was an emergency situation. Um, but yeah, I will only rescue because I kind of feel like so many animals are sitting there being killed because they're not getting out adopted fast enough. So like I would rather go and do that and save a life. And you may not know what age they are or their background. And I think that sense of mystery kind of adds to the whole situation, but you know you get to change the story for the better, and I think that's a beautiful thing. I like them, but I'm allergic. Can't you get hypoallergenic pets? Can't you get dogs and cats with special fur where they don't trigger your allergies? I swear that's a thing. I swear I knew a guy who had a dog who's like hypoallergenic. Harry, thank you so much. Well, really? Yeah. Like I'm being deadly serious. Apparently poodles are. Huh. Did you just look it up? I think I'm the kind of person where even if I was allergic to these animals, I'd still be caring for them. But speaking of which, I'm sure my caterpillars need feeding again. It's now 4 p.m. Wait, it's not 4 p.m., but it has been 4 hours. So I'm gonna love you and leave you, but thank you for hanging out with me and humoring me while I showed you the farthest frontier. And I'll be back tomorrow. And until then, you take care of yourselves and try and get a good night's sleep, okay? Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Yes, it was fun. Good. I'm glad you liked it. Catch you tomorrow. Thanks so much for hanging out with me, everyone. I appreciate it.